It seems like people are hurting, angry, going through changes.
Another violent weekend, raising concern as we head into the official start of summer. We press city leaders on solutions.
If you're not stepping up, you're a part of the problem.
Plus, a mother speaking out after her son is shot in a mass shooting. Her calls for accountability.
And our unsettled pattern gets underway today. I am tracking actually some much needed rainfall for our area for the rest of the week. I'll break down your rain chances in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Tuesday, June 20th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check right in with meteorologist Amy Aronson and see how the day is looking. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it was a hot one yesterday. We reached 90 degrees, which hasn't happened a ton this season. So we had some heat. It's muggy outside this morning, still feeling that warmth. We're starting off in the upper 60s, low 70s right now. A quick check at where our dew points are at, because this shows us how much moisture we're working with. They're up there. They're in the mid 60s this morning. So that humidity is certainly a little noticeable as you step out the door. So as you're planning to send the kids out to summer camp and send them out the door this morning, plan on more clouds than anything else today. I think we will see a couple of spotty showers too. Otherwise, not quite as hot today, but still a little sticky and uncomfortable with highs in the upper 70s to near 80. And today is just the start of a very unsettled week that's going to follow. I'll break down all of our rain chances and let you know what days are going to be washouts this week in 10 minutes. Megan?
Right. Amy, thank you. Looking at our roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network here. Our Towson cam looking pretty nice out there this morning. Extremely light volume, no issues to report. We do begin this morning in a city in crisis. A Baltimore City police officer has become the latest victim of violence in Fells Point. Early Saturday morning, police confirmed that an officer was pushed to the ground and injured. In this surveillance video here from a local store, you can see officers running to the scene at Thames and Bond Street with their guns drawn. Residents who live and work in that area are at a loss for an explanation to the recent spike.
It just seems like a weird place for that kind of thing to happen.
I mean, I do feel like violence could possibly happen anywhere.
That officer was treated by medics on the scene. An unidentified suspect is being charged in connection with that incident. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, we are hearing from the mother of a victim in Friday's mass shooting in North Baltimore. The woman says that her 18-year-old son was talking with people at the bus stop when someone began shooting. According to police, 6 people were shot near Cold Spring Avenue and York Road. The victims include 5 males, including a 17-year-old and 1 female. The mother tells Fox 45 News she ran to the intersection where she found her son lying on the ground with multiple gunshot wounds to his legs.
This crime scene was ridiculous. There wasn't even enough officers to cover the scene. We out here on the street corner crying and praying at the same time, waiting for first come, first serve on EMT. You have no idea what that's like, to stand over my son and try to have him look me in the eyes and focus and hold on to life and ask him, can you jump up and down in the middle of the street like a fool so we can be the first people to be seen?
According to the mother, her son was rushed to the hospital where he remains this morning. In the meantime, Baltimore police have not released any information on a suspect or motive. Now, frustration with the level of violence and the lack of effort to stop crime.
If you're not stepping up, you're a part of the problem. The criticism
4:39 on this Tuesday morning. Today's actually going to be the driest out of the next 7, and it's not even completely dry. But the best day for yard work if you want to knock out mowing your lawn. We do have a chance for some spotty showers today with cloudy skies. Also not quite as hot as it was yesterday. We reached 90 yesterday. Not going to do it today. Today we'll be stuck in the upper 70s to near 80. Now coming up in 10 minutes, I will break down our rain chances for the rest of the week too. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Making headlines this morning. At least 6 people were shot following a Juneteenth celebration. This was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Police say the shooting stemmed from an argument between multiple young women. The victims include 4 women and 2 men ranging from 14 to 19 years old. According to police, the 6 victims had a range of injuries, but they're all expected to be okay. Milwaukee's mayor condemning the incident, saying arguments should never lead to guns being fired.
You don't have the right to steal the joy that this community felt today. You don't have the right to endanger babies in this community. You don't have the right to put the men and the women of this department and our partners in the Office of Violence Prevention in harm's way because you want to go out there and act stupid with a gun.
According to police, a 17-year-old male who was one of the victims was arrested. Officials say thousands of people had gathered for Juneteenth festivities yesterday, and they stress that the shooting happened after the celebrations had wrapped up.
New study taking a look at weight and the brain. It says some of us don't have the mechanism in our heads to stop eating. I'm Liz Bonus. We explain.
Plus, President Biden continues on the campaign trail, his latest push for fundraising. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, repatriating children at the border when they arrive without a parent. The new proposed legislation this morning on the National Desk. America's News now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning. In your health headlines this morning, a new study may explain why some of us have a difficult time maintaining a healthy weight. As medical reporter Liz Bonus explains, it may be due to an altered signaling response in the brain.
Hey there, everybody. This new study takes a look at weight and the brain. Researchers say as we gain weight, it appears we lose the ability for the brain to tell the body we've had enough to eat, which means we just keep eating. And as we keep eating, the signaling for hunger and fullness in our brains shuts off. Researchers in the study say it appears this may be permanent in some people, and why even then, if we lose weight, it's very hard to keep it off. Obesity surgeon Dr. George Kurlakian of Ohio's TriHealth told me it's all about the brain-belly connection.
The center for hunger and satiety is in the hypothalamus, and the connection between your gut and your brain has always been known.
Researchers in this weight-brain study published in the journal Nature compared brain scans in people who were medically obese to those who were normal weight. They did this after both groups were given certain nutrients you'd get in a meal. In the normal weight people, the reward centers in the brain appeared to activate after eating, which would signal you to stop eating. In those who were obese, they did not. And even after weight loss, the signaling in the reward center in the brain did not appear to improve in those who were obese. It's one of the reasons experts say it may be why we tend to return to what's often called a set point weight.
It's almost like a thermostat, that the thermostat is set here, so you lose 20, 30 pounds, but the thermostat brings you back.
Dr. Kurlakian says this shows one more reason that a comprehensive program for weight loss works best to drop pounds that involves something with diet, something with exercise, and usually something with medication or surgery. Using those alone, he said, are not the best formula for long-term success. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
America honors Juneteenth. Fox 45 News was at Fort McHenry as artists used music and dance to commemorate the day. This event was put on by the Baltimore National Heritage Area, and it is the first time it's been held. Juneteenth is the nation's newest federal holiday commemorating the end of slavery. It's the third year of celebrations since President Biden gave Juneteenth federal status in 2021. The holiday marks the day in 1865 when the news reached the last enslaved group in Texas 2 years after Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Yesterday, cities all across America marking the day with colorful celebrations and parades.
This holiday is about celebrating freedom from slavery. As hard as that is to even say, that's the reality.
The country, the nation, the government had people in bondage. It was ugly. But now is a time that we can show the world that America doesn't stay in bondage, that it actually comes forth.
To celebrate one of our nation's founding principles, the principle of freedom.
You can scan the QR code on your screen here to show us how you celebrated Juneteenth, whether you had a cookout, maybe you went to Afrim over the weekend. We want to see your pictures and videos. The QR code is going to take you to our website where you can upload them, or just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. All right, 4:48 now. We want to check back in with meteorologist Amy Aronson. She is joining us with a look at our Tuesday forecast and letting us know when that rain moves in.
Yeah,
so far, so good right now.
So far, so good. I think today we're just kind of easing into it, but after today, rain chances go up, and then they stay up for several days. Now, we actually need the rain, so it's beneficial, and this is all coming from something happening well south of here. We do have continued issues along the Gulf Coast, marginal to slight risk for severe weather there. So the area highlighted in yellow has the highest threat for severe weather today, a 2 out of 5 on the threat level scale. You'll notice we're not included in any threat level scale today. We're not even included in the general thunderstorm risk, but we do have a new weather maker headed our direction. And here's a look at where it is right now, an area of low pressure. What's going to happen is that's going to get cut off, and it's just going to sit and spin well off to our south and west, but it's going to drive so much into moisture our direction over the next couple of days, actually for the rest of the week heading into the weekend. Right now we're just cloudy. We are seeing some showers well west of here today, at least to start. I think a few of these showers will will trickle in as we head through the rest of the day. But right now, we're dry for your morning drive. So we are looking at cloudy skies to begin. Little sticky out there. Low 70s this morning, feels very, very warm. That has to do with that dew point. The higher the dew point, the more noticeable the humidity is. When that number gets to 70, that's when we really notice the humidity. So currently, we're just a little bit below that in the mid-60s. Now, our future scan is showing the potential for a few showers moving in by the end of the morning. Not a huge rain chance today, just some spotty showers. High temperatures not as hot as they were yesterday, stuck in the upper 70s to near 80. I think it's tomorrow that green really increases in coverage. That's when we really up our chances for some scattered showers. Throughout the day tomorrow, you're going to want to have the rain jacket, the rain boots, and the umbrella with you. We actually get some steadier rain overnight Wednesday, taking us into Thursday. So here's a look at where our rain chances are headed. They're pretty low, they're pretty minimal today. But after today, you'll notice they are on the rise, and they do increase. I would plan on washouts both Thursday and Friday, and showers and even some storms will actually linger into the weekend. Here's a look at what this means for our temperatures. Still warm today. We're in the low 80s. Temperatures will drop as rain chances increase. We are briefly back in the 70s, both Wednesday and Thursday. Friday and Saturday, we are making a run for the mid 80s again. And here's a look at our temperature trend plus our rain chances in our 7-day forecast. Also coming up tomorrow, the summer solstice. Not the prettiest day for it, with showers rolling in. Showers likely then Thursday, Friday, heading into the weekend too. It looks like actually more rain all the way through next Monday. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network now, we've got our Towson cam pulled back up this morning and still seeing light volume out there. A little bit heavier than what we saw a few minutes ago, but nothing to worry about. No issues to report. For a check on mass transit now this morning, we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 trains, 505 and 403, operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. Light Rail Link still working with a service disruption between Timonium and Hunt Valley due to ongoing maintenance, and you'll find shuttle buses in place bridging the gap there. Metro Subway Link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead on the early edition, a mass shooting in North Baltimore prompting a mother to speak out. Why she says more needs to be done to protect our children. Plus, special counsel John Durham is expected to testify on Capitol Hill later this week, what the House Intelligence Committee hopes to learn. It is 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Looking ahead this morning, a month after airing a scathing report into former President Trump's fabricated ties to Russia, Special Counsel John Durham is expected to testify on Capitol Hill later this week. Durham, who was appointed to investigate how the FBI launched a probe into Trump's 2016 campaign and ties to Russia, will testify in front of the House Intelligence Committee and the House Judiciary Committee. The Intelligence Committee hearing will be behind closed doors. Here's House Intel Chief Mike Turner explaining what he wants to know.
Every investigation that has occurred, including now the Durham report, conclusively states that this was a result of people who had political bias, who undertook an investigation based upon total Clinton campaign funded research that was uncorroborated and turned out to be even untrue. And that's where you have to be concerned.
Durham, who was appointed special counsel by former President Trump, determined authorities did not have sufficient evidence to open the case. Durham secured one low-level guilty plea but lost both cases that he brought to the court in the 4-year-long investigation. In the meantime, former President Trump defending his handling
New
of
video shows police with guns drawn
on Fox
Washington.
News. Trump is accused of mishandling some of the nation's most sensitive national security secrets after he left office. Earlier this month, he was indicted on 37 federal charges to which he pleaded not guilty. Fox's Brett Baer pressing Trump on why he didn't hand the documents over to the National Archives and Records Administration when he was asked.
Because I had boxes. I want to go through the boxes and get all my personal things out. I don't want to hand that over to NARA yet. And I was very busy, as you've sort of seen.
Trump and his allies accused the Biden administration of weaponizing the Department of Justice in the case. The White House categorically denies that claim. President Biden also faces his own special counsel probe into classified documents discovered at his home and former office, but there is no evidence he sought to conceal the discoveries. Turning now to your election 2024 coverage, President Biden is ramping up his 2024 campaign with a slew of fundraisers. The Associated Press reports that Biden's campaign will have more than 20 fundraisers in the second half of June. Biden is slated for 4 fundraisers in the San Francisco area this week. He'll also be traveling to New York, Maryland, and Illinois. Biden was in Philadelphia over the weekend to attend his first political rally since launching his re-election bid in April. He has yet to provide details on his fundraising haul since declaring his candidacy. Campaigns must file their finance reports in mid-July. We are taking you live now to North Carolina here this morning, where for swing voters who backed former President Trump in 2016 and flipped to President Biden in 2020, Biden's age is a big deal. According to a focus group by Axios, these voters say they feel concerned and exhausted when watching the president fumble his words. Even so, 9 of the 11 focus group voters say that they'd vote to re-elect the 80-year-old Biden in a rematch with Trump. The groups were a mix of 11 North Carolinians, 3 registered Democrats, 1 registered Republican, and 7 independents. And while most were concerned about Trump's age, 77 say it's not their main issue with him. Angling for a new GOP primary date for next year. According to ABC News, the state party voted last weekend to hold the presidential primary on February 24th, a move that could shake up the primary schedule if the Republican National Committee approves the vote. For several election cycles, South Carolina came before Nevada. This changes, if it happens, would place the Palmetto State's primary 18 days after Nevada. Making headlines now this morning, President Biden announcing new actions to boost climate resilience. The president touring the coastal wetland area in Palo Alto, California, where he announced more than $600 million in investments to build climate resilience across the country. Biden says the funding will protect our coastal and Great Lake communities, as well as the nation's power grid from worsening climate change impacts.
We're investing in the people and places that have been hit the hardest, but who are also on the front lines of leading us forward.
Well, the investments will be funded through the Inflation Reduction Act, signed into law last year. Biden also announced that he will host the first ever White House summit later this year focused on climate resilience.
The community where a mass shooting happened in Northeast Baltimore on Friday will be holding a meeting this morning. Just ahead, we hear from the mom of one of those victims who found her son shot multiple times.
A Hallmark grocery store closing its doors for good. The crime concerns that left the store owner with no other choice.
And rain chances are going up starting today. I'll let you know what days are going to be washouts this week in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly the weather this morning because it was warm yesterday and hopefully we'll get some rain.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here to tell us when that's going to come.
Yeah, now we're hoping for the rain. I feel like in a week from now, we're going to be like, how many more days of rain? We are looking at an unsettled pattern unfolding starting today. We actually really do need the rain, and we are going to get a lot of it in the days ahead starting today. So if I put this radar into motion right now, things are quiet. Most of the rain is streaming well west of here in western parts of the state, but eventually we'll see some of these showers head our direction, and once they move in, they don't really let up. Otherwise, we are warm to start. Little sticky out there this morning. Lots of low 70s showing up on the temperature map right now. Otherwise, your morning drive gets the green light. That's because I'm just tracking overcast skies. You don't need the sunglasses this morning. Temperatures will make their way into the mid-70s by lunchtime today. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I will walk you through our future scan for the next couple of days and break down our rain chances all the way through the weekend. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and over the Towson region at this early hour. Not a lot of people up and out, but everybody moving up to speed.
If you're not stepping up, you're a part of the problem. The criticism is not going to save our children if they're getting shot 5 and 6 at a time on a bus stop.
Turning now to a city in crisis. This morning, we are hearing from the mother of one of the victims shot in Friday's mass shooting in North Baltimore.
She is frustrated with the state of the city and says not enough is being done to address the violence.
Plus, as crime and violence continue to impact communities, we're taking a closer look at how it's impacting local businesses in those communities.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with why the owner of the Baltimore staple, Eddie's, is deciding to close his doors for good.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly, and she has more from that frustrated mother and her calls for accountability. Shannon.
Well, this mother's son, Patrice, was one of 6 people who was shot on Friday just blocks away from Loyola University. So, of course, she is fed up, and she is not the only one. In fact, we know this morning that community there is going to be holding a public safety meeting to talk about safety in their neighborhood. So we're going to pull up some information about this meeting right here on your screen. Pastor Stevie Thompson and local businesses will be hosting it at Wilson Park Community Church on York Road at 9 this morning. Now, the purpose, like I said, is to talk neighborhood needs, concerns, and safety. It's all happening just up the street from the crime scene. In fact, look at this. You can still see the bullet holes at this bus stop along York Road and Cold Spring Lane where gunfire erupted Friday night. The mom we spoke to telling us her 18-year-old son was just sitting there talking with people at that bus stop when he was shot about 6 times in the leg. That's where she found him on the ground. That scene forever etched in her mind. Listen.
This crime scene was ridiculous. There wasn't even enough officers to cover the scene. We out here on the street corner crying and praying at the same time, waiting for first come, first serve on EMT. You have no idea what that's like to stand over my son and try to have him look me in the eyes and focus and hold on to life and ask him, can you jump up and down in the middle of the street like a fool so we can be the first people to be seen?
I want to get ahead of that. We need to keep talking and reacting to what happened. What do we got to do to prevent it from happening?
Well, that pastor you just heard from will be the one that's hosting this morning's meeting that once again begins at 9. As far as the investigation into this shooting, so far police have not released any details about a motive or a suspect. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Friday's incident just adds to the growing list of mass shootings in the city this year. In January, 5 juveniles were shot right at the Edmondson Village Shopping Center during school hours. One of them, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey, was killed. In March, there was another mass shooting in West Baltimore right along Edmondson Avenue. And this time, 6 people were shot. One of the victims, just 15 years old. Another victim, 33-year-old Baltimore boxer Ernest Hall, and he was killed. Now, 4 people were shot and injured during a mass shooting in North Baltimore right along Charles Street. And just last month, 5 people were shot near Lexington Market downtown.
The gun violence epidemic is not just a Baltimore issue. Just over a week ago, 3 people were killed and 3 others hurt in an Annapolis mass shooting. Police say that started with an argument over a parking spot. 43-year-old Charles Robert Smith is accused of opening fire on a group of people heading to a birthday party nearby. He is now facing multiple charges, including murder, assault, and a firearms charge. So far, investigators have not ruled it out as a hate crime. Now, in the wake of the violence, Governor Westmore announcing a new summer crime plan. Coming up at 5:30, we take a closer look at that plan and why some political experts remain concerned over the effectiveness.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, the owner of Eddie's in Mount Vernon says inflation and crime are forcing the family-owned business to close permanently. Taylor Stewart is live with why the owner says he has no other choice. Taylor?
Essentially, the store owner telling Fox 45 it is impossible to continue doing business in the area. After nearly 24 years, Eddie's will close at the end of the month. And not to say this was an easy choice. The store's owner, Dennis Zorn, posting this on Facebook, sharing news with his customers. Now, Zorn says COVID had a severe impact on business, but most importantly, crime in the neighborhood. And the crime hasn't just hurt the family business financially, it's caused employees to be placed in some really dangerous situations. Zorn saying he has no other choice.
Chronic shoplifting and the violence that went along with it. We had 2 knives pulled on us in the last year trying to stop shoplifters. And I don't want to expose my family nor my employees to that.
Well, that wasn't the first time the grocery store had announced the closure. Last summer, the owner posted a sign on the door saying they were closing after a string of break-ins and a rise in shoplifting. The owner told us he was paying about $800 a week for private security, but later changed his mind. He stayed open. Dennis Zorn tells us that in the past, he reached out to Councilman Eric Costello, who represents that district, and Costello responded, saying he would do his part to make sure more police were patrolling the area. We followed up with Costello. Given the news of this closure, we've not heard back yet. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, shoplifting is having a huge impact on stores in Maryland and nationwide. According to the National Retail Federation, retailers lost more than $94 billion to shoplifting last year. That's up about $4 billion from 2020. Now, here in Baltimore, the latest police data shows us that commercial robberies are up slightly this year by about 3%. That's compared to last year. You can find more on the growing problem on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
It seems like people are hurting, angry, going through changes.
Still ahead on the early edition, another violent weekend, raising concern as we head into the official start of summer. We press city leaders on solutions.
Plus, wicked weather ripping through parts of the country. We're taking you live to the areas hit the hardest just ahead from our live center.
And we are under a moderate drought right now, so we need the rain, and we're finally going to get some of it. I'll explain exactly when we have our highest chances for showers and storms in the week ahead in a couple of minutes. It's 5:07. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:10 now. More than 300,000 people are waking up without power across the Midwest and the South as severe storms rip through.
Let's get to Megan Gillen. She is in our live center with a look at the damage this morning. Megan?
Yeah, guys, we want to take you live to Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, where crews are racing to replace more than 700 broken power poles and down lines here this weekend. This shot actually pretty promising. You can see some of the business here actually with electricity. We know time is of the essence, though, for some of those areas without it, though, as temperatures climb into the mid-90s there. At last check this morning, Oklahoma still has almost 160,000 people in the dark. Tulsa's mayor now revealing one person has died from the lack of electricity there. Take a look at this aerial footage. This is just into our newsroom from Tulsa. You can see homes, look at this, guys, reduced to rubble in some areas. There's debris on top of that roof that you see right there. They're lucky to still have a roof on the left there. Trees knocked down. And it's not just residents in Oklahoma that are cleaning up here this morning. More severe storms leading to this tornado. This is in Mississippi that someone captured on camera yesterday afternoon. Just incredible. We are learning 8 people were briefly trapped in a bank in downtown Moss Point when it was damaged by that storm you see there. And check this out. Mississippi Emergency Management releasing this video from Jasper County. My goodness, showing the devastation from a tornado there earlier yesterday that killed one person and injured another 24. Heavy rains also leading to more flooding, this time near Mobile, Alabama. That's where we're taking you now. And you can see people and pets. Many of them actually had to be rescued by boats as the water rose around their homes yesterday. Cars having a difficult time moving through those streets as well. And we know we're not out of the woods yet. We could see more dangerous storms for around 5 million people in the areas shaded in yellow there, notably across parts of the middle Gulf Coast. That is the severe impact today. Closer to home as we look at our radar, mostly dry today, but we know things are going to be changing here. And that's why we're bringing in meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at what we can expect. Amy.
Exactly. Summer in full swing, and pool time is probably on your list of things to do. Unfortunately, this week doesn't look great for it. Today would be the best day out of the next couple. It's just overcast today with a few spotty showers showing up, but I think we're mostly dry today. Tomorrow, not as great. Scattered showers will start to take over. Thursday and Friday, we're just tracking rain, even some storms at times, so giving both of those days the red light because of that. Now, coming up in a couple of minutes, we'll take a look at these rain chances, and I'll let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting over the next couple of days. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. A new housing report shows hope for home builders after federal rate hikes. See why they are feeling optimistic about the market.
And grab your popcorn for some summer movie deals you won't want to miss. Find out which theater is bringing back a popular promotion. 5:13, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:16 and topping your consumer news this morning. For the first time in a year, home builders are feeling good about the housing market.
The National Association of Home Builders monthly confidence index rose 5 points to 55 this month. Trade Group said yesterday this as mortgage rates hover around 6%, prompting people with mortgages to hold out. Now opening a lane for buyers to seek new builds. All the while, the Federal Reserve is hitting the market might be an upswing. Now, if you're looking for inexpensive, family-friendly entertainment this summer, movie theater chain Cinemark has you covered. The company is bringing back its summer movie clubhouse promotion, which offers family tickets to certain films for $1.50 plus taxes and fees. It starts this week with participating theaters in 35 states running the promotion every Wednesday, starting at 9:30 in the morning, local time. The deal runs through the week of August 10th. The promotion also includes a discount on concessions, $1 off any size popcorn, drinks, and kids snack packs.
All right, take a look at this. A baby seal hangs 10 and rides along with surfers in San Diego.
Surfers at Pacific Beach were visibly excited to catch some waves with that baby seal. Now, the pup can be seen hopping from board to board at times. Look at that.
Is that where? I'm like, where is it?
Yeah, it's now on that one in the far board there. But yeah, right here in the front, the blue board. Yeah. And kind of making itself at home above the water there. Sometimes they jump out of the water because there's something that wants to eat them below the water. But the surfers did notify SeaWorld about an encounter, and the team was sent over to evaluate the pup. The animal appeared healthy and old enough to be taken care of on itself. And so the crew did not intervene. They just let it play on the surfboards.
How cute is that? But when you mention that they get out of the water because there's something else in the water, that's a little
nervous.
What's under the water, right?
Yeah. I went kayaking in South Africa when I was there on my honeymoon, and they warned us, like, there's whales sometimes, there's dolphins, there's things that come out of the water.
Right.
We were so terrified. We didn't see a thing, but we saw seals from afar.
Okay.
And that was fine with me.
That's good.
They can stay far away, but it is scary. You don't know what's under there. Meanwhile, let's actually head to the tropics because hurricane season heating up a little bit. Say good morning to Tropical Storm Brett. Way out in the tropics right now. But if we take a look at the latest track from the National Hurricane Center, they do actually have it strengthening to hurricane status eventually before moving into the warm waters of the Caribbean. So this is something we'll have to keep a watchful eye on as we head through the end of the week. Now closer to home, we're starting off overcast this morning before rain showers move in. Low 70s to start. You can actually kind of feel the moisture that's taken over. It feels kind of sticky outside this morning as you step out the door. And here's where the moisture is coming from. An area of low pressure to our south and west. That's going to kind of park itself across Tennessee and Kentucky over the next couple of days. Counterclockwise rotation around it is going to spin all this moisture our way. And we need the moisture, so we're going to get a pretty good soaking over the next couple of days. Things just getting underway today with the clouds and a couple of showers. I think most of the rain holds off until midweek. So today we'll see a few showers spin in. That's kind of just a preview of what's to come. Tomorrow morning, that's when we get that steadiest rain pushing in from the south, taking over. So we've got showers pretty much all day tomorrow into Thursday. Thursday, more soaking rain. And this trend's going to take us Friday through the weekend with that area of low pressure not moving a whole lot. So we need the rain. Here's a preview of how much we're expecting, at least over the next couple of days. This outlook only takes us through Thursday, and at that point, we're tracking a whole inch of rain, over an inch in some spots. That would actually help us out with our current moderate drought conditions. And here's a look at what that means for our temperatures. Today, it's still pretty warm. We'll spend today in the low 80s. We are in the mid-70s on Wednesday with rain chances increasing. And then Thursday, even cooler, cloudy with rain showers and highs in the low 70s. We also kick off summer officially tomorrow. Not going to look or feel like it. Summer solstice coming up tomorrow morning. After that, we've got rain likely all the way through the end of the 7-day forecast. Scattered showers and even some storms expected over the weekend. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. And now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. As you're taking a look at the map around Baltimore region, no issues to report here. In fact, the only incident to report across the entire state is a collision 70 eastbound on the other side of Hagerstown. Everybody else, you're wide open and in the green. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Tuesday, Mark.
Happy Tuesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got 10 train 505 and Camden 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the start. Light rail link service disruption between Timonium and Hunt Valley. Ongoing maintenance the cause, and you'll find shuttle buses in place. Certainly a lot of time for travel out there on Light rail link. Metro subway link on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This morning, graduation ceremonies are taking place across the country, and this morning we want to give a shout out to some local graduates. Check this out. This is Malachi graduating from the Academy for College and Career Exploration. He'll be attending Hampton University in the fall. Thank you to his mother, Pam, for sharing this picture with us, and of course, congratulations to Malachi. We want to see how you're celebrating the 2023 graduating class. Scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
A new city budget being signed into effect right here at City Hall today. Just ahead, we are live with a preview, and I'm going to detail where that money is going.
When the sun goes down, the crime ramps up in Fells Point. The latest incident involving a Baltimore police officer just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.525, and here's a look at the stories trending all across the state.
In Anne Arundel County, a 31-year-old is in custody for multiple drug and gun offenses. Yesterday morning, police responded to calls of an unresponsive driver near Amberley Road and Baltimore Annapolis Road in Glen Burnie. When officers arrived, they found 31-year-old Demariel Johnson at the wheel and a semi-automatic handgun sitting on his lap. Officers also found heroin, crack, and other unknown drugs. Johnson is now facing multiple charges.
Also in Anne Arundel County, 2 people have been arrested after a crash involving a stolen dirt bike. Police say around 9 Sunday night, officers responded to the scene along Route 100 near Coca-Cola Drive in Hanover. A driver thought the dirt bike was the one he had recently reported as stolen. Police say the driver intentionally pinned the teen to a guardrail with his truck to try and retrieve the bike. It turns out the bike was stolen, but did not belong to that particular driver. Both the driver and the teen are now facing charges.
In Montgomery County, fire crews responding to a fire caused by a candle. They were able to get the house fire under control, but only after it injured one person and caused an estimated $25,000 in damages. Montgomery County Fire says this is the second fire they've dealt with this week where someone left a candle unattended. In total, 2 fires have led to more than 30 people being displaced.
23-year-old from Towson is charged with shooting and killing a Virginia police officer. According to Virginia State Police, Daniel Barmack was assaulting 2 other men at a home where they were all sharing. When an officer arrived at the scene, a struggle started between Officer Mark Wagner and Barmack over Wagner's department-issued gun. During that struggle, both of them were shot. Officer Wagner died from his injuries. Barmack is now in custody and is facing multiple charges.
Still ahead on the early edition, the next weather maker is on its way. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking what it's bringing to the region and when we can expect to see it.
Plus, sounding the alarms in Ukraine, what we are learning right now about an attack overnight, just ahead from our live center. Time now 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like we are getting some rain. Maybe not today, but we're going to get a lot of rain.
I'm looking forward to it. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson here. Our grass needs it. It's so crunchy.
It definitely needs it. And we are going to get a lot of it in the days ahead. Today, we're kind of just easing into a more unsettled pattern. Feels like there's moisture out there this morning. It feels muggy. We've got upper 60s, low 70s to start. You can see the moisture just by taking a look at our dew point temperatures. The higher the dew point, the more humid, the more uncomfortable it feels. Right now, we're in the mid 60s, so not awful, but when these numbers get to 70, 70, that's when you really notice that humidity. As you're sending the kiddos out to summer camp today, you don't really need to worry about the rain jackets. I think it's just overcast today with a stray shower at most. High temperatures end up in the low 80s. They should be able to squeeze in some outside time today. Come tomorrow, though, much different story. I will break down our rain chances for the rest of the week heading into the weekend in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott, council members will be holding a signing ceremony for the fiscal year 2024 budget.
It comes after the city council made major changes to the mayor's proposed budget.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Hall this morning with a preview of today's signing and the impact we'll see moving forward. Shannon.
Well, moving forward, Tom, we will see more money going to our fire department as well as city surveillance, among other things. This after City Council reallocated nearly $12 million of the mayor's proposed budget. And this was the first time in a century that the council has used that kind of power. And so today, right here at City Hall in this ceremonial signing, we are going to see all of this get set in stone. In fact, we're going to pull up some information here on your screen ahead of this signing. It's set to start here at City Hall at 5 this evening in the ceremonial room. Mayor Brandon Scott will be joined by Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby and other council members and city leaders to officially sign the fiscal year 2024 budget into effect. So like I mentioned, it comes after weeks of hearings and debates, with the council ultimately overhauling several parts of the mayor's $4.4 billion proposal, reallocating $12 million. The majority of that is being shifted to the fire department, who will receive $5 million to purchase new fire equipment. Another $2 million will be used to improve city surveillance, with $1 million going towards renovating City Watch cameras and another $1 million going to new City Watch cameras. As for cuts, the council slashed $1.7 million from the embattled Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts, that's also known as BOPA. Councilman Eric Costello claims if the agency makes improvements to their administrative issues in the next 3 months, that money could be reinstated. But again, this budget is all getting signed into effect right here at City Hall this evening at 5. Of course, we will bring you that coverage as it happens. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Shannon, turning now to a city in crisis. This morning, one of the city's most historic districts again facing crime concerns. A Baltimore police officer was injured in Fells Point over the weekend. Taylor Stewart is live with us this morning with the latest incident and how residents are reacting. Taylor?
Tom, residents are pretty shaken up about fights and shoplifting happening in what's considered to be one of the safer neighborhoods in the city. We're getting a better idea of what happened on Thames and Bond Street Saturday around 2 in the morning. Take a look at this surveillance video from a nearby store. We got this video, and officers, you can see them racing to the aid of another cop who's not in the screen here. And when they arrived, they found that fellow officer injured. He was injured and shoved to the ground. Now, it's not clear what exactly led up to this, but it's yet another example of the dangerous and violent instances that continue to impact Fells Point, particularly at night.
They don't seem to be addressing the real problem of crime in Baltimore, and there just needs to be more attention to it and not just talk and not just window dressing.
Wow. Oh, she bottled her. Fells Point has been no stranger to violence recently. There was a brawl that broke out at 2 in the morning at Broadway and Shakespeare Street. Last weekend, officers managed to disperse that crowd. Here we go. And no arrests were made. And then another late night fight last month. A fight erupted on Thames Street, littering the area with empty bottles and bags. There were no arrests in that case. Now, in the case of the injured officer, Baltimore police have made an arrest, but the people who live there say they're a bit surprised, and store owners I've talked with definitely tired of the crime in the area. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
As we officially head into summer tomorrow, Governor Westmore is announcing a new summer crime plan. He has since appeared on national television to promote it.
Now, what we're doing is we're actually putting together policies that are making people safer. What we're doing is actually doing things like making sure we can get and keep these illegal guns out of our neighborhood. We're actually doing things.
The comments come just days after the governor announced his 3 new public safety pillars, supporting law enforcement, building stronger communities, and collaboration across all levels of government. While political analysts say it sounds good, they're concerned with the lack of details on just how the plan will be implemented.
But whether this works is going to depend a lot on what's not in the headlines, but in the paragraphs that follow.
The proof is in the execution of the plan and ultimately the results that it drives.
Now, while shootings and homicides are down from last year at this time, some community leaders in Baltimore say they're a little frustrated with the governor touting progress on the national stage, while there is still so much progress that needs to be made locally.
After multiple bills implementing harsher gun crime penalties were shot down during last legislative session, a new Gonzales poll found an overwhelmingly majority of Marylanders want them. The most popular bipartisan policy in the poll was getting caught with a stolen firearm should be a felony. Currently, it's not in the state of Maryland. The legislative session, though, the only crime legislation that came out of Annapolis raised the misdemeanor sentence for illegal gun possession to 5 years. Lawmakers, meanwhile, passed the Gun Safety Act of 2023. That law, which goes into effect October 1st, restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their gun. The NRA is suing the state over that.
Well, we want to hear from you. Compared to this time last year, do you think Baltimore is more or less safe? So far, 98% of those who have voted say less safe. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Breaking news, Russia reportedly launching a widespread air attack overnight.
Megan Gillen is at our live center tracking the details as they're coming in. Megan.
Guys, here's what we know right now. We're getting word this air attack targeted some key telecommunication infrastructure as well as agriculture and farming properties across Ukraine. Ukrainian officials say their air defense systems were able to shoot down 28 of the 30 drones that were launched. At this hour, there is no immediate reports of casualties. This all comes, though, guys, as Ukrainian officials warn the, quote, biggest blow in Kyiv's military counteroffensive is yet to come. Just yesterday, Ukraine claiming several small victories with land gains right near the front lines there. We're going to keep you posted. We've got a live shot up from Kyiv here this morning, waiting for new information. We'll let you know as soon as we hear it. That's the latest. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Today, community members are gathering to talk about public safety concerns in their neighborhood, who will be in attendance, and how this weekend's mass shooting in the city sparked the discussion.
And at least one person is dead as multiple tornadoes devastate Mississippi. Coming up, the extent of the storm damage.
Plus, we are tracking our next chance of rain. Our Weather Authority team breaking down the timeline. That's coming up in just a little bit. 5:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, a local
5:40 on this Tuesday morning. If you've got to get some yard work done, today is your day. It's actually the driest day in the week ahead. We are looking at overcast skies, so you're not up against the sun or the heat like we were yesterday. It's also not quite as hot. So we are looking at high temperatures in the upper 70s to near 80 today with just a couple of stray showers. Now come tomorrow, not the day for anything outside. I'll explain the reason why in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. The race is on to find the missing submarine. It was on its voyage to the wreckage of the Titanic. Well, coming up, the rescue efforts currently underway.
Student loan payments are returning soon. Still to come, the economic areas that will feel the impacts as a result. 5:41, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
.544 and continuing coverage this morning. Time is ticking to find the submarine that went missing on its voyage to the wreckage of the Titanic. The 5-person vessel was reported overdue Sunday evening. The Canadian Coast Guard and military aircraft are assisting in the search effort, which is being led by the U.S. Coast Guard. With a 96-hour oxygen supply, rescuers are working against time to find that submersible named Titan.
You know, we work very, very hard, and our crews take this personally. Our first thoughts are with the crew members and the families of those on board. And so we want to make sure that we have done absolutely everything that we can do to locate their family members and bring them home safe.
According to Ocean Gate Expeditions, the company that owns the vessel, the Titan, can dive 13,000 feet and has been out for 32 hours. The names of the occupants have not been released.
Developing this morning, members of the United Nations adopted a first-of-its-kind treaty aimed at protecting marine life in international waters. Waters outside of the national boundaries cover nearly half the Earth's surface. The long-discussed treaty creates a new body of to manage ocean life conservation. It also establishes marine protected areas as well as ground rules for commercial activities at sea. The treaty will need to be ratified by 60 countries to take effect.
At least one person is dead and many are injured after multiple tornadoes swept through Mississippi. Footage from Moss Point shows one of the tornadoes whipping through, leaving lots of destruction in its wake and temporarily trapping 8 people inside of a bank.
Well, check out this image, too. Footage from Jasper County shows the extent of damage with knocked over trees, damage to homes and buildings, down power lines there, too. Just piles of debris. More than 49,000 homes reportedly without power.
Well, taking a live look across Maryland this morning as we're starting the work week, we could see some showers move into our area. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson here with that.
Yeah, showers coming, not today necessarily, but as the week continues, rain chances will gradually increase. Here's a look at that severe weather threat for our neighbors to the south. You'll notice the area that is under the gun today includes Louisiana, the Gulf Coast. That's the area highlighted in dark green. So that's the area that has to prepare for another round of strong to severe storms. No severe weather threat for us locally, but a weather maker headed our direction. It's an area of low pressure. What's happening is it's getting cut off from the main jet stream. So that means it's not going to move a whole lot. It's just going to sit and spin to our south and to our west in Tennessee and Kentucky. And that's what's going to drive all this much needed moisture our way. Today, not getting much rain. Cloudy today with a couple of stray showers trickling in. I think most of the rain holds off until midweek. So we are overcast to start things off this morning. Low 70s to begin. We do have that easterly wind coming in at 8 miles an hour. Feeling the moisture with dew points in the mid-60s this morning. If we take a look at what to expect for the rest of the day, we do end up in the upper 70s. Future scan showing some showers. I think they are very, very scattered today. Not much in terms of rain today. But come tomorrow, that's going to change. This slug of green pushes in from the south here, and that's going to send us soaking rain throughout the day. On and off showers through the afternoon on Wednesday, and actually some steadier rain overnight Wednesday into early Thursday. So here's another breakdown of our rain chances for the week ahead. Today, they're pretty minimal. We're just in the stray shower category. You'll notice as the day continues, we bump up the rain chances from scattered to more widespread to basically a washout as we head through the end of the week, even heading into the weekend. Widespread scattered showers and storms likely. And if you're wondering what does that mean for our warm temperatures, it means we're not at 90 degrees today. We're back in the low 80s. Actually, the 70s are back both Wednesday and Thursday. Looks like the week will end on a warmer note. We are back in the mid 80s as we head through Friday and into the weekend. We're also kicking off the summer solstice tomorrow morning, so that means we've got the most amount of daylight. Unfortunately, we won't be tracking a lot of sunshine, just rain tomorrow. Much needed rainfall takes us through the end of the week, heading into the weekend with a chance for some showers and storms over the weekend. I don't think any weekend day is a complete washout, but we will be prepared for that. Otherwise, it's warming back up with highs in the mid to upper 80s through early next week. Tom, Patrice.
It has been a beautiful start to this work week, and many of you have been getting outside to enjoy the weather. Levi sent us this gorgeous picture of the sunrise over the water in Ocean City. So relaxing. And then Antoine sent us this picture. He's sitting outside his house. He's got his cup of coffee. He's soaking in the sun, taking it all in. Thank you for sending those pictures. Well, the official start to summer is tomorrow, and we want to see how you're enjoying the weather. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Well, now let's give you a look at our Len Stoller traffic network and your drive times at 5:49 on this Tuesday morning. Everyone in the green, no issues to report. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham, and he is cruising around the area. It looks like he's just about to get on 95 northbound there, getting off the inner loop here and heading up through the White Marsh area. So we'll be checking in with him to see if that construction zone he'll be getting in just a couple minutes is backed up again. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 511 and 10 train 407 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Lightware Link still has that service disruption between Timonium and Hunt Valley, and as a result, you'll find shuttle buses in place bridging the gap through a period of construction. Allow time for travel. You'll need it there on Lightware Link. Metro Subway Link looking good. No delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Autral Nashar in Washington with a look at the high temperatures putting pressure on power grids all over the country and how officials are racing to keep up with demand.
A mass shooting in North Baltimore prompting a mother to speak out why she says more needs to be done to protect our children. Time now, 5:50. You're taking a live look there at the beach. Come on. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
At least one person is dead and nearly 24 others are recovering after a tornado sweeps through Mississippi.
This morning, we have team coverage on the severe weather that's hitting our nation. In just a few minutes, Megan Gillen will be at our live center with what many are waking up to this morning in the South.
But first, we begin with national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar. She's joining us with a look at how this weather has experts saying that the nation's power grids are in need of an upgrade.
Another summer of sweltering conditions threatening to push some of the nation's electric grids to the brink. Parts of Texas forecasted to see temperatures of 100 degrees or higher all week. As people try to stay cool,
it's like really hot, so I don't know. I'm drinking a lot of water lately.
ERCOT, the state's power operator, telling customers to keep an eye on grid conditions. Texas's grid isn't the only one under strain. In a report out this year, the Department of Energy identifies need across the country for upgraded transmission systems, which carry energy from one point to another. About 70% of them are more than 25 years old. The Department of Energy report says the grid regions with the greatest need for upgrades are Texas, Mountain, Southeast, Midwest, and the Plains. Extreme heat is listed as a top threat to the reliability and resiliency of the nation's power grids. Hurricanes and wildfires also taking a toll.
Climate change driving more extreme weather events is why many argue for the need to transition to renewable energies like solar and wind. And under President Biden, Congress has passed billions of dollars to do that, in part by modernizing grids.
We need a transition period to be able to build up that solar supply in the United States. And it is happening.
The North American Electric Reliability Corporation says rapid development of renewables is making a positive difference this year. But, along with critics of a rapid transition to clean energy, warns against moving away from old generators at the same pace.
We are retiring dispatchable generating resources at a pace and in an amount that is far too fast and far too great, and it is threatening our ability to keep the lights on.
A complicated network in flux and tested by rising demand and extreme weather. In Washington, I'm Atrel Nishar reporting.
Thank you, Atra. Now to an educational alert for you this morning. Governor Wes Moore speaking out on efforts to restrict books in school libraries nationwide. He appeared on MSNBC's Inside with Jen Psaki Sunday.
It's not about making kids feel uncomfortable. It's about telling other kids that they shouldn't understand their own power. It's castrating them.
Parents and Republican lawmakers have cited age appropriateness and the need to make sure students are comfortable as a reason to remove certain books. Moore says he believes the argument is a, quote, guise.
When it comes to higher education, student loan payments resume this fall for many, which means big-name retailers could see a big drop in sales. Federal Reserve data shows the average loan payment is between $200 and $299 per month. Analysts say this could lead many households to shift their budget, with areas such as retail feeling the impacts. In the past 18 months, consumers have cut back the most on apparel due to higher inflation. Economists say the trend is likely to continue as those student loan payments pick up again.
Despite the surge of college students across the country majoring in tech industry, depending on where you live, there's still a digital divide in America. Between 2017 and 2022, there was a 30% jump in students studying computer and information sciences, according to the National Student Clearinghouse Research Center. But not everywhere is able to ride the wave of digital opportunities. A nonprofit leader who brings tech to rural communities points out rural students are less likely to choose a tech major in college, and those who do pursue the major may change course because they feel outpaced by their classmates. To help expand access to tech, the Biden administration recently rolled out an Online for All initiative to help bring internet access and affordability to more Americans.
A Baltimore mom finds her teenage son shot multiple times in Friday's mass shooting. Just ahead, we hear her harrowing account. Plus, I'll preview a community safety meeting that is now happening this morning.
Today is the day for the 2024 fiscal budget to be made official. Topping our next half hour, a preview of what's expected from today's signing.
And we are looking at one more mostly dry day before an unsettled pattern unfolds for the rest of the week. I'll break down our rain chances in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and tomorrow we're talking about summer and we're talking about rain.
It's already been summer. I mean, tomorrow just makes it official. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson. I'm with Justin when he says, meteorological summer. I'm there, June 1st.
Yeah, June 1st kicks it off. Tomorrow, officially we've got the most daylight of the year, so that's kind of cool. But we're not really going to be able to enjoy it because we're tracking a lot of rain headed our direction. But we do need the rains. This is beneficial stuff here. I was actually just crunching some of the numbers, and it looks like we're in line for the driest year so far on record. So I'll show you them in just a little bit. Right now, we are still dry. Some showers well west of here, but eventually showers will be increasing in coverage, especially tomorrow at this time. We're off to a mild start this morning. Lots of low 70s to begin. Plus, it's cloudy out there. Don't need the sunglasses for your morning drive. It's going to stay cloudy throughout the day. I think you can get away without an umbrella for one more day. Temperatures will make their way into the mid-70s by lunchtime. And your morning drive gets the green light based on solely the weather. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I will break down our rain chances for the rest of the week and let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting as we head towards the weekend. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Taking a look right here, Broning Highway and the bridge here, and a live look of 895. Traffic is moving along just fine. No issues as you see in the map right there, except for a slowdown because of the volume on 295 as BW Parkway southbound.
you're not stepping up, you're a part of the problem. The criticism is not going to save our children if they're getting shot 5 and 6 at a time on a bus stop.
Well, this morning in a city in crisis, parents and residents are frustrated over the ongoing violence plaguing the city.
Now, this violence is also pushing more local businesses to take their business elsewhere or just close for good.
This morning, we have live team coverage of the issues impacting Baltimore. In a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us with a look at why the owner of a Baltimore staple, Eddie's, is closing its doors for good.
But first, Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the calls for accountability from one mother whose son was caught in the crossfire of this weekend's mass shooting. Shannon.
Yeah, this mother's son, Tom, was one of 6 people who was shot on Friday just blocks away from Loyola University. So, of course, this mom is fed up, and she is not the only one. In fact, this morning, members of that community are going to be holding a public safety meeting. It all starts in just a few hours, so we do want to pull up some information right here on your screen to talk about this meeting. Pastor Stevie Thompson and local businesses will be hosting it at Wilson Park Community Church on York Road. It starts at 9 this morning. The purpose is to talk neighborhood needs, concerns, and also safety. And it's all happening just up the street from the crime scene. In fact, look at this. You can still see the bullet holes at this bus stop along York Road and Cold Spring Lane where gunfire erupted Friday night. The mom we spoke to telling us her 18-year-old son was just sitting there talking with people at the bus stop when he was shot about 6 times in the leg. That's where she found him on the ground. That scene forever etched in her mind. Listen.
This crime scene was ridiculous. There wasn't even enough officers to cover the scene. We out here on the street corner crying and praying at the same time, waiting for first come, first serve on EMT. You have no idea what that's like to stand over my son and try to have him look me in the eyes and focus and hold on to life and ask him, can you jump up and down in the middle of the street like a fool so we can be the first people to be seen?
I want to get ahead of that. We need to keep talking and reacting to what happened. What do we got to do to prevent it from happening?
Well, that pastor you just heard from will be the one that's hosting this morning's meeting. Again, it starts at 9 this morning. As far as that investigation, police have not released any details about a motive or a suspect. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
In the wake of the violence, Governor Westmore announcing a new summer crime plan coming up. We're going to take a closer look at the plan and why some political experts are still concerned about its effectiveness.
Well, elsewhere in a city in crisis, the owner of Eddie's of Mount Vernon says inflation and crime are forcing the family-owned business to close permanently.
Taylor Stewart is live with why the owner says he has no other choice. Taylor.
That's right, Patrice. Essentially, the store owner telling Fox 45 it's impossible to continue doing business in the area. After nearly 24 years, Eddie's will close at the end of this month. And that's not to say this was an easy choice. The store's owner, Dennis Zorn, posting it on Facebook, sharing the news with his customers. Zorn says COVID had a severe impact on business, but most importantly, crime in the neighborhood. The crime hasn't just hurt the family's bottom line, but it's caused employees there to feel really unsafe. Zorn saying he had no other choice.
Chronic shoplifting and the violence that went along with it. We had 2 knives pulled on us in the last year trying to stop shoplifters. And I don't want to expose my family nor my employees to that.
This is not the first time the grocery store announced a closure. Last summer, the owner posted a sign on the door saying they were closing after a string of break-ins and a rise in shoplifting. The owner told us he was paying about $800 a week for private security. But later, a change of mind. They stayed open. But Dennis Zorn tells us in the past, he reached out to Councilman Eric Costello, who represents the district, and Costello responded, saying he would do his part to ask more police to patrol the area. We followed up with him, given the news of the closure. We've not heard back. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, shoplifting is having a huge impact on stores in Maryland and nationwide. According to the National Retail Federation, retailers lost more than $94 billion to shoplifting this last year. That's up about $4 billion from 2021. Now, here in Baltimore, the latest police data shows that commercial robberies are up slightly this year by about 3% compared to last year. You can find more on the growing problem on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A police officer in Fells Point becomes one of the latest victims to city violence. In our next half hour, what we know so far as this case is developing.
Plus, wicked weather just ripping through parts of the country right now. We're taking you live to some of the hardest hit areas just ahead from our live center.
And we are all included in a moderate drought right now. That means we need the rain, and we are going to get some of it. I'll explain how much rain I'm tracking through the end of the week in just a couple of minutes. It's 6:05. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.608 now. More than 300,000 people are waking up without power across the Midwest and the South as severe storms rip through.
Let's get right to Megan Gillen at our live center with a look at the damage this morning. Megan.
Guys, we're taking you live starting in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, where what you see here, this is actually great news. We have lights on at several area businesses in this shot right here. Certainly not the case everywhere, though, as crews in that area are racing to replace more than 700 broken power poles and downed wires after weekend storms. And we know time is of the essence, guys. They're expecting temperatures in the Tulsa area to reach to the mid-90s today. At last check this morning, Oklahoma as a whole still has almost 160,000 people in the dark. Tulsa's mayor now revealing one person has died from the lack of electricity. Take a look at this aerial footage. This is just into our newsroom from Tulsa, showing some of the damage here. Some of the homes on the left-hand side, that one has some debris on the roofs. Others just completely gone, reduced to rubble. On the right, you're seeing many trees that have been knocked down. And it's not just residents in Oklahoma that are cleaning up here this morning. We know more severe storms leading to this tornado in Mississippi. This was yesterday afternoon. Look at the size of that. We're learning 8 people were briefly trapped in a bank in downtown Moss Point when it was damaged by the storm there. And check this out. Mississippi Emergency Management releasing this video. This is from Jasper County, showing the devastation from a tornado there. That was earlier yesterday that one ripped through, killing one person and injuring another 24. Heavy rains also leading to more flooding, this time near Mobile, Alabama. You can see people and pets we know had to be rescued. What you're seeing there are cars actually trying to get through some of the water-covered roadways there. Dangerous situation out there for many. And we're not out of the woods yet today. We could see more dangerous storms for around 5 million people in the areas shaded in yellow, notably across parts of the middle Gulf Coast. Closer to home as we look at our radar here this morning, mostly dry here today, but we know things are going to change. That's why we're bringing in meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at what we can expect and the timing of this, Amy.
Yeah, that's right, Megan. Today, I think it's your final mostly dry day this week, so take advantage of it. Maybe you want to squeeze in some pool time. It's just going to be cloudy today, so we're not up against the heat we were yesterday. Cloudy and not quite as warm. Come tomorrow, we are tracking some scattered showers, and then it looks like rain and even some storms Thursday and Friday, so the remainder of the week, not great for anything outside, and yes, that includes heading to the pool. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how much rain we're expecting through the end of the week and what to expect for the weekend too. Tom, Patrice?
Crazy video surfacing after Germany's largest theme park goes up in flames. After the break, what happened and when they're expecting to see visitors again.
The race is on to find the missing submarine that was on its voyage to the wreckage of the Titanic. Coming up after the break, the rescue efforts currently underway. 6:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.614 and making headlines this morning. Germany's largest theme park is now under investigation after a massive fire breaks out there.
In fact, check out this video circulating on social media showing the dense black smoke consuming the sky over Europa Park in the town of Rust. Now, visitors were evacuated. There were no reports of any injuries.
Witnesses say they heard a couple of loud bangs before the fire broke out. Officials say the park will reopen today. Europa Park is a popular tourist destination with more than 6 million visitors last year.
Well, elsewhere, time is ticking to find the submarine that went missing on its voyage to the wreckage to see the Titanic.
The 5-person vessel was reported overdue Sunday evening. The Canadian Coast Guard and military aircraft are assisting in the search effort, which is being led by the U.S. Coast Guard. With a 96-hour oxygen supply, rescuers are working against time to find the submersible named Titan.
You know, we work very, very hard, and our crews take this personally. Our first thoughts are with the crew members and the families of those on board. And so we want to make sure that we have done absolutely everything that we can do to locate their family members and bring them home safe.
According to Ocean Gate Expeditions, the company that owns the vessel, the Titan can dive 13,000 feet and has been out for 32 hours. The names of the occupants have not been released.
When it comes to open waters, members of the United Nations adopted a first-of-its-kind treaty.
It's aimed at protecting marine life in international waters. The long-discussed treaty creates a new body to manage ocean life conservation. It also establishes marine protected areas as well as ground rules for commercial activities at sea. The treaty will need to be ratified by 60 countries to take effect.
And speaking of marine life, check out the ride of a lifetime that this baby seal got in San Diego. You see it there on the board? The pup can be seen hopping from board to board, just making itself at home above the water with those surfers at Pacific Beach this weekend. The surfers did notify SeaWorld about the encounter, and a team was sent over to evaluate the pup, but the animal appeared healthy and old enough to take care of itself, so the crew didn't intervene, and the seal was able to keep surfing.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's pretty cool to be out there surfing and then just, well, you'd still be startled, though, at first. It's just bloop, right up on the board, you know?
And they're not always the nicest. I mean, I've been up close to some seals when I lived in California, and the big seals, so maybe baby seals are different, but the big seals, I was a little nervous around them. They used to come up on they used to come up on the shore and sit on the rocks when I was living in Monterey, and it was nice to see them, and they make a lot of noise, but they kind of bark at, I mean, they're,
might kick you off your paddleboard there.
Right.
And
so maybe being
what else is down
baby.
there?
Yeah. All right.
I guess paddle with caution. We are actually going to head way out into the oceans right now because we've got a tropical system to talk about. This is where we find Brett, a tropical storm currently producing sustained winds of 40 miles an hour as it cruises through the open waters of the Atlantic before it reaches the Caribbean. Now, right now, still some track questions with this system. It's traveling westward now at 17 miles an hour. Depending on the track, that's going to determine its strength. Right now, it does show it's strengthening to a Category 1 hurricane eventually before impacting the Caribbean. So that's something we'll have to watch there as we head through the end of the week and into the weekend. Here at home, we're actually tracking our own rain chances this week. Not today. Today's just cloudy. It's the calm before the rain arrives. We're starting off muggy this morning, upper 60s, low 70s to start before this mess gets here. So this is our next weather maker, this area of low pressure to our south. It's not going to move a whole lot. It's going to sit and spin there and direct all this moisture our way. It's already starting to do that this morning, sending some showers well west of here in Baltimore, just pushing some extra clouds our direction right now. But if you watch what happens on FutureScan, you'll notice the showers continue to push in from the south, especially tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we get this slug of green moving in, so steady rain throughout the day tomorrow. And it looks like showers will then linger Thursday, Friday, heading into the weekend, too. I don't think any one day is a complete washout, but we will be tracking at least some rainfall each day in the days ahead. Over the next 2 days alone, we pick up close to an inch in some locations, and that's rain we really do need. We are under moderate drought, so any of this rain is actually beneficial. Overcast today with highs in the low 80s. Tomorrow, I think, looks like a washout with rain showers throughout the day and highs in the mid-70s. And then rainy conditions will actually be ongoing through the end of the week, heading into the weekend, too. Here's a look at all of our rain chances coming up this week. They gradually increase. Showers and storms even take us into the weekend. I do want to point out summer solstice officially gets underway tomorrow. That means we have the most amount of daylight. Won't enjoy a whole lot of it since we are tracking more clouds and rain and not a lot of sunshine. Over the weekend, I wouldn't cancel outdoor plans, but be prepared to move some plans inside as showers and storms develop. And then we'll stick with this stormy pattern as we get into early next week. Highs in the mid to upper 80s all the way through next Monday. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. And now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. And looking at the map around the Baltimore region, you see it all in the green. A live look here from O'Donnell Street in 895 shows you traffic's moving along just fine without any issue. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 511 operating 5 to 10 minutes late, and we've got train 845 on the Camden line with an 8 to 10 minute delay. Allowed time for travel there. Light Rail Link working with a service disruption between Timonium and Hunt Valley. That's due to ongoing maintenance. Shuttle buses remain in place, providing service there between Timonium and Hunt Valley. Allowed time for travel. Metro Subway Link off and running on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Well, if you're heading out on the roads this summer, whether it's for work or vacation, let's take a look at where gas prices are. Today's current national average sits at $3.58. That is significantly lower compared to last year's $4.98. Here in Maryland, we're sitting below the national average at $3.46. Last year at this time, we were at $4.96.
Well, traveling for many is one of life's biggest pleasures, but it can also be very stressful. After the break, Consumer Reports tracks airline satisfaction ratings and offers some tips on how to have a smoother trip.
The latest incident of violence in Fells Point involving a police officer. We'll tell you more about it just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
.624, airline travel is back to pre-pandemic levels with predictions of summer travel breaking all-time records.
Consumer Reports' latest survey reveals the airlines that rank highest for customer satisfaction.
We're wrapping up our Copenhagen trip.
Jose Duran is an avid traveler who blogs about his trips around the globe. And while getting there can be half the fun, sometimes traveling by air is no fun at all.
I was in San Francisco. I had the last flight, the red eye, back to New York, and that flight ended up being canceled, and that created a whole cascade of events that spiraled out of control, really.
Consumer Reports surveyed over 17,000 of its members about nearly 33,000 flights, asking about everything from ease of check-in to delays, cleanliness, and price. The airline with the top overall satisfaction score for economy travel was Hawaiian Airlines. The big three, Delta, United, and American, were in the middle, and Frontier Airlines was at the bottom of the list. And it's no surprise that the members who took business or first-class flights were more satisfied than those who flew coach, where travelers' top gripe related to airline seats.
26% of our members in coach reported either being very uncomfortable, booking the wrong seat, or not able to sit with family.
And 20% of travelers had gripes related to flight schedules, things like delays, reschedules, and cancellations. Yet, most people surveyed did not formally complain to the airline.
Whatever your air travel issues, it's important to lodge complaints with the airline while you are still at the airport. If you are stranded, you may be owed meals or a hotel room, or even money if you are bumped from your flight.
You can visit the Department of Transportation's Aviation Consumer Protection website for a list of what each airline offers in the event of a controllable delay or cancellation. Hawaiian and Breeze Airways were both rated excellent for cabin cleanliness. Frontier Airline was rated subpar.
Well, today we are not going to be as hot as yesterday, but our next weather maker is on its way. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking what this weather maker is bringing to our region.
A new city budget is being signed into effect right here at City Hall today. Just ahead, we're live with a preview, and I'll detail exactly where that money is going. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are ready for the rain.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with that forecast. And not usually what you hear when you get to the summer. You want nice, sunshiny days, but we need it.
We do need the rain, so it would help us all out a little bit. We need it for our grass, we need it for our gardens, and we're going to get some rain. Not today necessarily. Today's kind of the calm before the rain arrives. Upper 60s, low 70s to start, so already feels kind of sticky out there. That's the extra moisture pushing our way. We are checking out dew points too. This is the amount of moisture we're working with. When these numbers get to 70, humidity's most noticeable. Not far from that right now, with dew points hanging out in the mid-60s. If your kids are heading to summer camp today, they don't need the rain gear. Probably an outside activity day with more clouds than anything else. Highs headed to the upper 70s to near 80. Now come tomorrow, outdoor activities are going to have to get moved inside. I'll show you the reason why in just about 10 minutes. Patrice?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now and our traffic map, we are in the green. The roads are clear. Good time to get up and out.
Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott and City Council members will be holding a signing ceremony for the fiscal 2024 budget.
Now, this comes after the City Council made some major changes to the mayor's proposed budget.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live right in front of City Hall with a preview of today's signing and the impact we'll see moving forward. Shannon.
Well, moving forward, Tom and Patrice, we are going to see more money going to our fire department, as well as city surveillance, among other things. And this all after the City Council reallocated nearly $12 million of the mayor's proposed budget. This is the first time in a century that they have put that kind of power to use. So today, like you said, right here at City Hall in this ceremonial signing, this is all becoming set in stone. We're going to pull up some information here on your screen ahead of this signing. It's set to start here again at City Hall at 5 this evening in the ceremonial room. Mayor Brandon Scott will be joined by Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby and other council members and city leaders to officially sign the fiscal year 2024 budget into effect. Now, like I mentioned, it comes after weeks of hearings and debates, with the council ultimately overhauling several parts of the mayor's $4.4 billion proposal, reallocating $12 million. Now, the majority of that is being shifted to the fire department, who will receive $5 million to purchase new fire equipment. Another $2 million will be used to improve city surveillance, with $1 million going towards renovating City Watch cameras and another $1 million going to new City Watch cameras. As for cuts, the council slashed $1.7 million from the embattled Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts, that's also known as BOPA. Councilman Eric Costello claims if the agency makes improvements to their administrative issues in the next 3 months, that money, though, could be reinstated. But again, this budget signing takes place right here at City Hall at 5 this evening. And of course, we plan to be there, and we will bring you that coverage as it happens. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to a city in crisis this morning, one of the city's most historic districts, again facing crime concerns. A Baltimore police officer was injured in Fells Point over the weekend.
Taylor Stewart live with the latest incident and how residents are reacting. Taylor.
That's right. Residents are pretty shaken up about the fight and the shoplifting that's happening in what's considered to be one of the safer neighborhoods in the city. We're getting a better idea of what happened on Thames and Bond Street Saturday around 2 a.m. Take a look at this surveillance video. In it, you can see officers running towards another officer with their guns drawn. Now, when they arrived, they discovered that fellow officer had been shoved to the ground. It's still not clear exactly what led up to this, but it's yet another dangerous example of what happens when the sun goes down in Fells Point.
They don't seem to be addressing the real problem of crime in Baltimore, and there just needs to be more attention to it and not just talk and not just window dressing.
Wow. Oh, she bottled her. Well, Fells Point has been no stranger to violence recently. This brawl broke out at 2 in the morning on Broadway and Shakespeare last weekend. Officers were able to disperse this crowd. No arrests were made. But then check this out. Another brawl last month. This fight erupted on Thames Street, littering the area with empty bottles and plastic bags. It was just a mess. And in the case of this injured officer, no arrests have been made. But people who live there say they're a bit surprised. And store owners we've talked to definitely tired of the crime. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
As we officially head into summer tomorrow, Governor Wes Moore is announcing a new summer crime plan. He has since appeared on national TV to promote it.
Now, what we're doing is we're actually putting together policies that are making people safer. What we're doing is actually doing things like making sure we can get and keep these illegal guns out of our neighborhood. We're actually doing things.
Now, those comments come just days after the governor announced his 3 new public safety pillars, supporting law enforcement, building stronger communities, and collaboration across all levels of government. While political analysts say it all sounds good, they're concerned with the lack of details on just how the plan will be implemented.
But whether this works is going to depend a lot on what's not in the headlines, but in the paragraphs that follow.
The proof is in the execution of the plan and ultimately the results that it drives.
Now, while shootings and homicides are down from last year at this time, some community leaders in Baltimore are also saying they're frustrated with the governor touting progress on the national stage, while there is still so much progress that needs to be made locally. And we want to hear from you. Compared to this time last year, do you think Baltimore is more or less safe? So far, 98% of those who have voted say less safe. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Today, community members are gathering to talk about public safety concerns in their neighborhood. Who will be in attendance and how this weekend's mass shooting in Baltimore City sparked the discussion.
Plus, sounding the alarms in Ukraine. What we're learning about an attack overnight just ahead from our live center.
And the next weather maker is on its way to the Baltimore region. Still to come, meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking how long the showers will last. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
The severe storms that rolled through the south on Monday produced some great imagery, including this well-defined shelf cloud in Alabama. The severe threat continues today. And here's an epic shot in front of Washington's Mount Rainier. The photographer was in another hot air balloon at just under 3,000 feet.
Listen to Off the Radar. New episodes every Tuesday. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
6:39 on this Tuesday morning. If you have some stuff to do outside in the yard today, maybe get the grass cut before the rain arrives. Today is your day. Mostly cloudy, potentially a stray shower, but I don't think enough to get in the way of anything you want to knock out outside. Plus, it's not quite as hot. Yesterday, we were up to 90 degrees. Today, we'll spend in the upper 70s to near 80. Now, come tomorrow, not the day for yard work. We've actually got a long, rainy stretch coming up. I'll break down our highest chances for rain in the week ahead in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Breaking news, Russia reportedly launching a widespread air attack overnight.
Megan Gillen is at our live center tracking details as they're coming in. Megan.
Guys, we're getting word that this air attack targeted key telecommunication infrastructure, as well as getting word that there were farming properties across Ukraine that were impacted by this. Ukrainian officials say their air defense systems were able to shoot down 28 of the 30 drones that were launched. Seeing some of those pictures just into our newsroom. At this hour, there's no immediate reports of casualties, but it all comes as Ukrainian officials warn the, quote, biggest blow in Kyiv's military counteroffensive is yet to come. Just yesterday, Ukraine claiming several small victories with land gains right near the front lines. A live look now from Kyiv here this morning where things appear to be quiet. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as we get new information on last night's attack. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. The clock ticking as one Mount Vernon staple is set to close its doors permanently. Why they point to crime as being one of the driving factors that's pushing them out.
But first, a string of house fires break out in Montgomery County. How the unrelated events have the same igniting factor. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all .643, topping your morning rush. Police say a 9-year-old girl is hurt after she was hit by a car along North Spring Street just before 9 last night. Her condition is not known this morning. Police say the driver did stay at the scene, but they have not provided any more details.
In Montgomery County, fire officials say just this week they fought 2 house fires caused by unattended candles. Most recent one left 1 person injured and caused an estimated $25,000 in damage. In total, 2 fires have led to more than 30 people being displaced. Plus, 23-year-old Daniel Barmack from Towson, he's now charged with shooting and killing Virginia police officer Mark Wagner. Now, the suspect was assaulting 2 other men at a home that they shared. When Officer Wagner arrived at the scene, both the officer and Barmack were shot as they were fighting over Wagner's department-issued gun.
The North Baltimore community, where gunfire erupted in a mass shooting over the weekend, will meet to talk about public safety today. This after a mother of one of the shooting victims is speaking out. Shannon Lilly joining us live with what that mom is saying. Shannon.
Well, this mom, Patrice, recounted the horrifying moments of finding her teenage son shot multiple times at a bus stop. She recalls looking him in the eyes, begging him to hold on to life. Truly any mom's worst nightmare. In fact, her son was one of the 6 that was shot in that Northeast Baltimore community on Friday in that mass shooting. It happened just blocks away from Loyola University. And so, of course, this mom is fed up, and she is not the only one in that community that is. Stay with us, because in 15 minutes, we're going to preview a meeting in that community that's happening in just a couple of hours now to talk about safety. Plus, you will hear from that mom directly. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, the owner of Eddie's of Mount Vernon says inflation and crime are forcing the family-owned business to close permanently. Taylor Stewart is live with why the owner says he has no other choice. Taylor?
Well, that's right, Tom. He says he has no other choice but to close his doors at this point. We know that they're going to close by the end of the month. We spoke to the store owner, who says crime, shoplifting has gotten out of control. This isn't the first time he announced a store closure, though. He did it last year, but reneged and said it wasn't the right time. But his hand was forced this time, he says, and we'll tell you about the incidents that led up to this just ahead.
Well, it's 6:46, and we need to get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, and let's take a look at our rainfall totals. I was doing the numbers to see how this year compares to prior years, and it looks like as of right now, we're actually in line for the driest year on record, with only 10 inches of rainfall for 2023 so far. Puts us well below average. We should be closer to 19-20 inches, so we are about 9 inches below that. Now, the good news is we are going to get some rain today, so I think that will help make a dent in our rainfall deficit that we have for the year. And this is the reason why. We've got this area of low pressure sitting and spinning off to our south and west. That's going to direct all this moisture our way. So right now, most of the moisture is well west of here. We are getting in on the clouds. The rain just hasn't really arrived just yet, but that's what's going to change in the days ahead. This morning, just starting off cloudy, low 70s to begin. We've got that easterly wind coming in at 10 miles an hour. That could also result in some coastal flooding this week, shoving all that water up against the shoreline. For us locally, rain will be the issue. So we've got some scattered showers developing today. I think not much today. I think this forecast model overdoing the situation just a little bit. We do still end up in the low 80s today. Tomorrow starts off with more rain. So here it comes. We've got this slug of moisture pushing in and taking over from the south. Plan on that steady rain throughout the day tomorrow. Tomorrow looks kind of like a washout, and it looks like these showers will continue to push through as we head through Thursday and Friday and heading into the weekend. So today's actually our lowest chance for rain, just a couple of stray showers, not a big deal. Come tomorrow, that's when we get that soaking. And that soaking will continue for us both Thursday and Friday too, actually heading into the weekend. Still tracking some scattered showers and even some storms at that point. Low 80s today, so still nice and warm despite the clouds. Temperatures will be backing off into the 70s Wednesday and Thursday. So as rain chances go up, temperatures come down briefly, but then we make a rebound back into the mid 80s as we head through the end of the weekend into the weekend. So here's a look at all of our rain chances. Not only do we have rain chances increasing this week, I also want to point out we've got the summer solstice coming up tomorrow. That means we have the most amount of daylight. So the earth is tilted directly towards the sun, gives us maximum daylight here in the northern hemisphere. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to really enjoy it tomorrow with showers rolling through. And that rain will continue Thursday, Friday through the weekend. Showers and storms both Saturday and Sunday with highs in the mid to upper 80s, even into early next week, remaining quite unsettled with more rain in the forecast and highs in the mid 80s. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and you can see on the camera on the right-hand side, no issues to report. But look at the 795, 695 on that map. It was yellow and it's now turning red, and you can see because of this, it looks like a Volkswagen has smashed one vehicle involved, and Department of Transportation is already there on the scene, so hopefully that will clean it up. But that's the right lane on the inner loop at 695, right near 795 at that interchange. Actually, no. That is, I apologize. That's not. That's right at 83 and 695 is where that has occurred. So you're going to have a slowdown there if you're trying to go south on 83 or past that area. A little slowdown on the inner loop. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham, and he's cruising along in the White Marsh area off the main roads and just showing us some alternate routes and some beautiful views this morning of cloud cover, sunny skies.
6:49 and trending right now. This eerie image of Jupiter was captured by a NASA spacecraft. And if you look closely, you see a green ghostly light coming from an area near the planet's north pole. Scientists believe it is a lightning strike inside of Jupiter's swirling vortex, which is the largest planet known for its massive storms. Jupiter strikes come from clouds that are a mixture of ammonia and water near the planet's poles, unlike here on Earth, where it happens near the equator and it comes from water clouds.
No, I've seen E.T. You know what I mean? Like, that's just E.T.
You think
phoning home, trying to get
finger.
home. He made it to Jupiter, now he's just trying to get all the way home. Yeah.
He's got the bike. I mean,
right.
I kind of see the pedals. There. I didn't know Jupiter had water near it. That surprised me.
I was just trying to Google it quickly and didn't have time to look into what
out.
makes it up. But yeah,
Right.
I guess, I mean, it makes sense. They've got different elements and properties there and different colors, but I don't know.
Or it's just
stuff.
E.T.
Yeah, or it's E.T.
It's a lot more fun. Yeah. Maybe.
All right. Well, Live Tomorrow, kicking off the official start to summer, celebrating the 4th, is not far behind. Still to come, how you can celebrate the warmer months, but safely.
Stay tuned this morning for a special creature feature happening at the zoo right here in Baltimore. Check out what a Von der Decken is and some fun facts about its lifestyle.
I'm going to sit back and have a cup of coffee while that happens.
I'll be out there hanging out with a Von der Decken.
Can't wait. It's time for a coffee break.
6:54 and making your headlines this morning, taking you live to New York City, where a publicly funded vending machine is causing a stir nationwide. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins explains why.
You won't find Doritos or Pepsi in Brooklyn's latest vending machine. Instead, Narcan and crack pipes.
The point of it is we all know people who would be alive today if a machine like this had existed.
This machine, one of 4 the city's health department plans to install.
This also normalizes that we in treatment know that people are using, and so we're okay with that. You can use safely, get to us, and then get treatment so that you can turn your life around, and that's the goal.
The machine reportedly ran out of crack pipes in the first 24 hours. This program costing taxpayers about $750,000. Critics like former NYPD Commissioner Bill Bratton sees this as society surrendering in the war on drugs.
Instead of trying to get people away from drugs, we have policies now. We have vending machines to encourage them to stay on drugs.
Narcan vending machines are a growing trend. Pennsylvania, Texas, and Michigan already have them. New York, however, appears to be the first to distribute free crack pipes through vending machines. Former drug dealer and addict Richie Wynn has dedicated his life to helping others achieve sobriety. He says there's no such thing as safe consumption.
Have somebody safely inject fentanyl, which is an oxymoron, because there's no way to safely inject a street drug that is being manufactured in another country that has no regulation.
Law enforcement expert Jason Johnson pointing out the negative impacts of drugs doesn't stop at the user.
And there's also all the collateral effects, homelessness, and all of the things that come with it, the appearance of disorder, increase in thefts and shoplifting. It has sort of a ripple effect that I don't think is widely appreciated.
These vending machines are part of a pilot program, so if deemed successful, they'll roll out more. This as NYC health officials say they're on track for another record year of deaths from overdose. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Thank you, Kayla. We are learning more about the cause of death for Ray Lewis III, the 28-year-old son of the Ravens great. Investigators now suspect an overdose. The younger Lewis died Wednesday after officers were called to a Central Florida home and found him unconscious. Lewis had played college football at Miami, just like his dad, then Coastal Carolina and Virginia Union.
The Baltimore Orioles have lost a Hall of Famer. Dick Hall, who spent 9 seasons with the Birds, has died at 92. He earned the name Turkey for his unusual pitching motion and delivery. He was an Orioles relief pitcher and ended his career in Baltimore in 1971. Hall passed away Sunday. Westmore is speaking out on the efforts to restrict books in school libraries nationwide. He appeared on MSNBC's Insight with Jen Psaki on Sunday.
It's not about making kids feel uncomfortable. It's about telling other kids that they shouldn't understand their own power. It's castrating them.
Parents and Republican lawmakers have cited age appropriateness and the need to make sure students are comfortable as reasons to remove certain books. Moore says he believes the argument is a, quote, guise. Parents in Howard County are outraged after learning their children are losing their bus, forcing students as young as kindergarten to walk more than a mile to school.
Now, in March, Howard County announced it would be increasing the distance many students must live from the school in order to qualify for a bus. In the process, thousands of students no longer required service. In public statements, the district said bus service was cut to ensure efficient use of transportation. Meanwhile, the school district is planning to spend more on student transportation than ever before, meaning more money is being spent, but fewer students are actually getting a bus.
Very disappointed. Disappointed in our elected officials, the Board of Education, and the transportation officials who have put budget ahead of safety of our kids.
Coming up at 7:30, Project Baltimore investigates the Howard County Public School transportation budget and shows you the walk these students will have to make to get to school each day.
A Baltimore mom finds her teenage son shot multiple times in Friday's mass shooting in Northeast Baltimore. Just ahead, we hear her harrowing account. Plus, I'll preview a community public safety meeting that's happening in just a couple of hours.
A Hallmark grocery store closing their doors for good. We'll tell you about the crime concerns that forced this owner's hand just ahead.
And we're dry for now, but the rain is coming. I've got an updated look at our rain chances for the rest of the week in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and if you plan on getting outdoors or doing any outdoor activities, do it today because the next few days you're going to get wet.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with that.
Yeah, good excuse to stay inside and not do any chores outside next couple of days. But today you're still in good shape. We are just mostly cloudy. The rain today is staying well west of here. We can see that on the radar right now. Couple of showers will manage to reach us, but not much today. Tomorrow, much different story. Despite the clouds, it's still warm out there to begin. A mild morning. You don't need a jacket. Low 70s to start things off. You don't need the sunglasses either. Giving this morning's drive the green light based on just the weather. We've got more clouds than anything else, and temperatures will be warming their way through the mid-70s by lunchtime today. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I will show you our highest chances for rain in the week ahead and let you know what to expect for the weekend, too. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and the accident 695's inner loop right when you're going to the JFX southbound or continuing on there. You can see the flashing lights in a white sedan, which is in front of that. That's the issue right there. It looks like they've moved it off of the lane and now just blocking the shoulder. So 2 vehicles are said to be involved. There is a white van in front of that. Not sure if that's the other one, but vehicles moving along just fine. Just a little tapping of your brakes. Remember the emergency lights. You have to slow down at least 10 miles below the posted speed limit or move over law will come into effect.
If you're not stepping up, you're a part of the problem. The criticism is not going to save our children if they're getting shot 5 and 6 at a time on a bus stop.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis this morning, we're hearing from the mother of one of the victims who was shot in Friday's mass shooting in North Baltimore.
She is frustrated with the state of the city and says not enough is being done to address the violence.
Plus, as crime and violence continue to impact communities, we're taking a closer look at how it is impacting local businesses in those communities.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us live with why the owner of the Baltimore staple Eddie's is deciding to close his doors for good.
We begin with Shannon Lilly. She has more from that frustrated mother and her calls for accountability. Shannon?
Yeah, this mother's son, Tom, was one of the 6 people that was shot in this mass shooting. It happened just blocks away from Loyola University on Friday. So, of course, this mom is fed up, and she is not the only one in the community that is fed up. In fact, in just a couple of hours, that community is going to be holding a public safety meeting, and we want to pull up some information to preview it right here on your screen. They're going to be talking about safety in their neighborhood. Pastor Stevie Thompson and local businesses are going to be hosting it. It's all happening at Wilson Park Community Church on York Road at 9 this morning. And again, the purpose is to address those concerns and needs when it comes to safety. It's all happening just up the street from the crime scene. In fact, look at this. You can still see the bullet holes at this bus stop along York Road and Cold Spring Lane where gunfire erupted Friday night. The mom we spoke to telling us her 18-year-old son was just sitting there talking with people at the bus stop when he was shot about 6 times in the leg. That's where she found him on the ground. That scene forever etched in her mind. Listen.
This crime scene was ridiculous. There wasn't even enough officers to cover the scene. We out here on the street corner crying and praying at the same time, waiting for first come, first serve on EMT. You have no idea what that's like to stand over my son and try to have him look me in the eyes and focus and hold on to life and ask him, like, can you jump up and down in the middle of the street like a fool so we can be the first people to be seen?
I want to get ahead of that. We need to keep talking and reacting to what happened. What do we got to do to prevent it from happening?
Well, that pastor you just heard from will be the one that's hosting this morning's meeting. Again, it starts at 9. As far as the investigation into this shooting, so far police have not released any information about a motive or a suspect. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Friday's incident just adds to the growing list of mass shootings in Baltimore City this year. In January, 5 juveniles were shot at the Edmondson Village Shopping Center, one of them dying, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey, who was killed. This all happened during school hours, right across the street from their school. In March, there was another mass shooting in West Baltimore along Edmondson Avenue. This time, 6 people were shot. One of the victims, just 15 years old. Another victim in that shooting, 33-year-old Baltimore boxer Ernest Hall was killed. And then in April, 4 people were injured in a mass shooting in North Baltimore right along Charles Street. And just last month, 5 people were shot near Lexington Market downtown.
The gun violence epidemic is not just a Baltimore issue. Just over a week ago, 3 people were killed, 3 others hurt in an Annapolis mass shooting. Police say that started with an argument over a parking spot. 43-year-old Charles Robert Smith now accused of opening fire on a group of people who were headed to a birthday party nearby. He is facing multiple charges, including murder, assault, and a firearms charge. So far, investigators have not ruled it out as a hate crime.
Well, elsewhere in a city in crisis, the owner of Eddie's of Mount Vernon says that crime is forcing the family-owned business to close permanently. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with why the owner says he has no other choice. Taylor.
Well, that's right. He says he has to close his doors. He felt like he had no other option, essentially saying it was impossible to continue doing business in the area. This comes after nearly 24 years. Eddie's is going to close at the end of the month, and that's not to say this was an easy choice. The store's owner, Dennis Zorn, posting the news on Facebook, sharing it with his customers. He says COVID had a severe impact on business, but most importantly, crime in the neighborhood. And it hasn't just hurt the family business financially, but it's caused employees to be placed in some really dangerous situations. Zorn saying this was his only option.
Chronic shoplifting and the violence that went along with it. We had 2 knives pulled on us in the last year trying to stop shoplifters, and I don't want to expose my family nor my employees to that.
Now, that's not the first time the grocery store announced a closure. Last summer, the owner posted a sign on the door saying they were closing after a string of break-ins and a rise in shoplifting. The owner told us he was paying about $800 each week for private security, but later changed his mind, tried to stay open, making the good fight. But Dennis Zorn tells us in the past he's reached out to Councilman Eric Costello, who represents the district. And Costello responded saying he would do his part to have more police patrol the area. We followed up with him given the news of this closure, but we've not heard back yet. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Shoplifting is having a huge impact on stores in Maryland and nationwide. Maryland-based Giant Food is hiring security guards and is limiting the amount of items that you can bring through self-checkout at some of its locations in order to try to combat the problem. According to the National Retail Federation, retailers lost more than $94 billion to shoplifting last year. That's up about $4 billion from 2020. Some experts blame so-called soft-on-crime policies for the growing problem.
The people who physically go into the stores and steal the merchandise feel like there aren't going to be consequences for their actions, or that the consequences are only going to be relatively minor for them.
Now, here in Baltimore, the latest police data shows commercial robberies up slightly this year by about 3% compared to last year. You can find more on the growing problem on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
In Anne Arundel County, a 31-year-old is in custody for multiple drug and gun offenses. Yesterday morning, police responding to calls of an unresponsive driver right near Amberley Road and Baltimore Annapolis Road and the Boulevard in Glen Burnie. When officers arrived, they found 31-year-old Demario Johnson at the wheel and a semi-automatic handgun sitting on his lap. Officers also found heroin, crack, and other unknown drugs. Johnson is now facing multiple charges.
7:08 now. More than 300,000 people are waking up without power across the Midwest and the South as severe storms rip through.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with a look at the damage this morning. Megan?
Yeah, guys, we've been taking you live to Tulsa, Oklahoma here this morning, where this is actually welcoming news because you can see a display sign and electricity actually lit up right there. That's a rarity throughout this region because we know crews are out there replacing more than 700 broken power poles and downed wires after the weekend storms ripped through. And we know time is of the essence out there. They're expecting temperatures to reach the mid-90s today. Imagine no AC in the midst of that. At last check this morning, Oklahoma still has almost 160,000 people in the dark. Tulsa's mayor now revealing one person has died from the lack of electricity. Again, looking at another hot day. Take a look at this aerial footage just into our newsroom here from Tulsa. You can see some of the homes there reduced to rubble, and now they're just with debris covered on the rooftop there. That's on the left-hand side. On the right, you can see trees knocked down, leading to many of those poles that we mentioned and wires down. Residents in Oklahoma not the only ones cleaning up this morning, though, guys. There were more severe storms leading to this
this tornado in Mississippi yesterday afternoon. Look at that image there. Caught on camera, we're learning 8 people were briefly trapped in a bank in downtown Moss Point when it was damaged by the storm you see right there. And check this out. Mississippi Emergency Management just releasing this video here from Jasper County showing the devastation from a tornado there earlier yesterday, reminding us just how powerful they can be. We know that 1 person was killed in that and injured another 24 when that swept through. Heavy rains also leading to more flooding. We know many rescues needed to happen. This is near Mobile, Alabama. Cars, some of them getting trapped in those floodwaters there. Pretty difficult for them to move through the street there. Others had to be rescued by boats from their homes. And we are not out of the woods yet today. We could see more dangerous storms for around 5 million people in the areas that you see there shaded in yellow, notably across parts of the middle Gulf Coast. That's the dangerous section there here today. Closer to home, as we look at our radar, you see some little blobs of green out there, mostly dry today, but we know things are changing. We're going to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at what we can expect in the timing for our rain, Amy.
Yeah, we definitely need the rain, so it's beneficial to us, but it does mean you'll have to take a break for some pool time. I know pools are all open now, summer in full swing. Today, not awful. It's going to be cloudy, not quite as perfect as it was yesterday. Tomorrow, not great. Scattered showers move in, and then it's just rain Thursday and Friday, so I'm giving both days the red light heading into the weekend. Now, I will give you a look at your rain chances all the way through this weekend in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. With the 4th of July 2 weeks away, Wallet Hub is releasing its report on 2023's most patriotic states.
At the very top of the list, Virginia, followed by Montana and Alaska coming in at second and third. Maryland not far behind. We're at 12. All the way at the bottom, Arkansas. Now, to determine the list, Wallet Hub looked at factors like active duty military and then how many voted in the last presidential election.
Well, here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Howard County parents outraged as some students are being forced to walk more than a mile to school. Still ahead, Project Baltimore investigates how the Howard County Public Schools transportation is budgeted.
And a Baltimore police officer hurt during another massive fight in Fells Point. Why some are frustrated that this is becoming a recurring issue in that neighborhood. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
7:15 now. The Harford County Council passed the 2024 budget last week. Harford County Executive Bob Castley weighing in on the amendments that he submitted.
The schools, the county, we ended up adding additional $10 million onto the additional we proposed to be used for teachers' salaries. We dedicated towards funding teachers' salaries. We also really held the line, and I did a reduction, about a 1.5% reduction throughout my departments to be able to fund these salary increases. And the budget also includes a 6.5% pay raise for police, a 3% pay raise for teachers, a 1.5% pay raise across the board for county employees. So for this year, we're funded. Everybody's got what they need to operate.
Not everyone's satisfied, though, with the outcome of the budget. Harford County Sheriff Jeff Gaylor sees it as a defunding of police, and he is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice. Thanks for having me on.
All right. So you heard what the county executive said. What is your concern as it relates to the budget and to the sheriff's office?
Well, again, this budget, I think the county executive, it's his first budget, somewhat of a learning curve, but also somewhat of, I don't think, being 100% honest with the taxpayers in Harford County. He has chosen to not move forward on a project, and it's not related to this year's budget. It's actually related to last year's budget, where the former administration, the former county executive Barry Glassman, and the former council all moved forward on a central precinct and training academy that's much needed in our community for our citizens. And Mr. Castley has come in and decided to stop it for really no good reason. It's already funded. It's not even part of this year's budget.
What is the impact? What's the consequence of not then moving forward with that facility?
Oh, certainly. I mean, here, post-George Floyd, post-police reform, we're in a day and age where our citizens expect our police officers, our correctional deputies as well, to be the best trained that we can possibly provide. The former county executive saw that, gave us the, move forward on this project in order for us to have a state-of-the-art training facility, moving out of very small classrooms at Harford Community College into our own training academy with a precinct to serve our community's needs down in the growing part of the county. The impact to our county is more crime, less police on the street and more crime if we don't move forward on this and move forward now.
The county executive was here yesterday, and he said that there were a lot of people asking for a lot of things in the budget, and that being the conservative that he is and that people elected him to be, that he had to make choices that he thought were fair and gave everybody what they needed, if not what they wanted.
Sure. Again, the Central Precinct and Training Academy is not part of this budget.
Right.
Part of what he did, and again, he's not moving forward on this, hence the defunding. And he also decided to defund two individual salaries in my office, people who are human beings who are collecting a paycheck. He decided to zero out their salaries because he doesn't like them. That is not part of being a productive budget. That's just vengeful politicking.
Well, wait a minute. When you say he doesn't like them, he doesn't like the people, he doesn't like the positions.
Oh, he said it's a personal affront to him that I have hired one of these individuals. It's a personal matter for him, and he's taken personal issues and put them into the budget. That's the wrong thing to do when you're worried about a $1.2 billion budget and getting our community what they need. And again, I saw the interview yesterday. He spoke about the fact that the sheriff's budget has doubled in the last 8 years. Well, following Parkland shooting, growing our SROs, 3 salary studies, bringing our men and women up to a market rate of compatibility with other agencies, and all the police reform legislation that was very expensive. $5 million for body cameras, $1 million for Medicaid-assisted treatment in the jail. What he didn't say in that an omission is that the budget in the county has gone up over those 8 years from $500 million to $250 million, $250 million more. We've gone from 14% of the budget to 15% of the budget. It's like telling a 10-year-old who's now 20 that you've doubled in age. Well, from perspective of 20, you're the same. You've grown the same amount, and we have grown. As our county has grown, as inflation has grown, we have grown accordingly, but not unreasonably. And I think that percentage shows that clearly. And he knows that, but he didn't want to share that with the audience.
All right. Sheriff Gaylor, we're going to have to leave it there. Okay. First budget, we'll be back at it again next year. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, thank you.
All All right, well, now we need to get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson and see what's happening with our forecast and when the rain is coming.
Yeah, rain is coming soon, tomorrow. But I also want to take a quick trip to the tropics where we find Tropical Storm Brett, actually predicted to become a hurricane as it heads towards the Caribbean. So this is worth watching in the days ahead, moving through some very warm waters there. So we'll have to see if it ends up taking that track predicted by the National Hurricane Center, currently moving westward at 17 miles an hour. Closer to home, we're tracking our own weather maker, sending us lots of moisture, actually some much needed moisture in the days ahead. Muggy this morning, upper 60s, low 70s with more clouds than sun. Clouds will dominate for the rest of the week. We've got this area of low pressure sitting and spinning off to our south and west. That's not going to budge. That's going to continue to direct all this moisture our direction over the next couple of days. Most of the moisture right now, well, west of here. We're just looking at cloudy skies for us here in Baltimore, and then showers rolling in too. So we get showers on and off as we head throughout the night. Tonight, I think they really increase in coverage come tomorrow. Tomorrow's the day you're going to want to have the umbrella and the rain jacket with you. Looks like they'll continue to stream northward as we get into your Thursday, Friday, and actually also your weekend, with that area of low pressure kind of getting cut off from the main jet stream. So it just sits and spins and doesn't move a whole lot. Doesn't have anything to kind of shove it along. And here's a look at the result for us. Beneficial rain. We need the rain, so this is all good news. About an inch expected all the way through Thursday, so that doesn't even include Friday and the weekend. Mostly cloudy today, so today's the day to knock out anything you want to do without battling the rain. Low 80s ahead of us, and then temperatures will be cooling down as rain chances increase. So I think Wednesday and Thursday are highest chances for rain in the week ahead. Also come with our lowest temperatures. Highs will be in the mid to low 70s both days. And a look ahead at the rest of the 7-day forecast shows a lot of rain chances. Rain chances actually every single day. And that includes for the start of summer tomorrow. We've got the summer solstice on Wednesday. That means we have the most amount of daylight. That just has to do with how the earth is tilted towards the sun. Not going to be able to really enjoy it with all that rain pushing through. The beneficial rain will take us through the end of the week, heading into the weekend. I don't think the weekend's a washout, but I would plan on at least some showers and at least some storms. Highs will be warm again in the mid and upper 80s all the way through next Monday. Back to you.
Thank you, Amy. Fireworks, a fun way to make any celebration a spectacular event. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, though, some safety tips when introducing your children to fireworks.
There's no satellite reception here.
Okay.
Once you get up
724, it's so Baltimore, but in Harford County, one popular playground just got a huge makeover.
The playground was created keeping the memory of a young girl alive after her life was cut short. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live at Annie's Playground. He's got more, and I've never been there, but I hear amazing things about this place.
It's really amazing. It's like an amusement park. I mean, we have County Executive Bob Casserly here with his grandkids here playing at the beautiful new revamped park. Tell us about it.
That's a great park. So Annie's opened about 15 years ago in honor of Annie Compton, whose parents, upon Annie's death, really motivated the community to create this playground in Annie's honor. And this year, the equipment had gotten kind of aged. It was built by volunteers. So this year we redid it. We've added all this, some great equipment here, a new poured surface, got rid of all the old wood chips, added in here. You see the new elephant slide, the treehouse slide, rope climbs, climbing walls. It's really a great place for dreams to come true for little guys, little angels to soar, brings the community together. We're very, very proud of it. It's a regional park, so we welcome folks from all over to come out, bring their kids, enjoy Annie's Playground, and have some fun.
It really is. I mean, this is what it's all about, man. I mean, you know, kids come here, parents can come. You can see the community just coming and just taking advantage of this beautiful layout. It's not our grandparents' playground. We had the rocks and the wood and the danger. This is the soft padded.
It's nice padded.
And what a great memory. What a great celebration of Annie's life.
We're right here at the head of the Ma and Pa Trail that leads from here in Falston all the way into Bel Air and heading all the way out towards Forest Hill. So folks can drive in, walk in, bike in, any way you want. There's picnic tables. Have a great afternoon. Make it an entire day's worth of a journey. But we're Harford County at its best here at Annie's Playground.
Well, thank you for joining us this morning,
Thank you, I
okay?
appreciate it.
It's a great place, guys.
Man.
I want to see Mark go down the elephant trunk with those kids up there. Not having it?
Hey, look, he laughs.
Now?
I don't know that that's going to happen.
You want now?
Well, maybe not right now.
I'll do it now.
Oh,
wait a minute. All
right.
We have to go.
Yeah. All right. Because he's up there with the kids. I mean,
Look, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. All right.
Jump through the slide, Finn.
Yeah.
Man,
See?
now I want to get out there.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Annie's Playground. It's great for everybody, even the adults. If you'd like some more information, just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
All right, temperature is perfect for a playground. It's going to be in the 80s today.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know what we can expect for the start of summer.
Another violent weekend in Fells Point, the latest incident involving an officer who was injured. We'll tell you about it just ahead here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers, my mother-in-law, just texting me saying, wow, Mark Clark was really excited to go down that slide.
I mean, it's a great playground. You wouldn't go down the slide if you were there?
No, I would have.
You would.
I would have just been at the end if, make sure you don't get stuck, because it kind of tightened up at the end, right when they opened up.
He made it through.
He did.
And it's a good day for it. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson here with the forecast.
Yeah, good day at the playground. Take advantage of today. Get the kids outside, some fresh air before rain moves in. Beneficial rain. So we do need it, but it's going to kind of put a damper on the rest of the week. Low 70s to start things off this morning. It is mild to begin. Dew points are up there. Not exactly extremely humid just yet. 70 degrees would be the mark for that. We're just below that, but you can feel the stickiness this morning. Maybe you're sending the kids to summer camp. You don't really need to worry about a ton of sunscreen today because we've got more clouds than sunshine, and you don't need to worry about the rain just yet. Upper 70s this afternoon. Now, tomorrow, we're going to need to worry about the rain. So I'll break down the timeline of that and let you know what days are going to be washouts in the week ahead in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
All right, looking at the Lynn Stoller traffic network now, we are following a few incidents around the Baltimore region this morning. There is a crash on 695, the inner loop, right at the Jones Falls Expressway. 83 south at the Beltway, there is another crash, each of them involving two vehicles, and the shoulders are closed. But as you can see, traffic's still getting by. Just something to be mindful of if you head through that direction.
And some parents in Howard County are outraged after learning their children are losing their bus ride to school.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps found, the move is forcing students, some as young as kindergarten, to walk more than a mile to school.
Here's the bus. Happy, it's the last day of school. Happy to greet my daughter.
June 14th, 2023.
A good pop.
The last day of school for these Howard County students.
Did you guys like riding the bus?
Yeah.
And as of now, it's also the last day they'll be riding the school bus.
Frustrating, very frustrating. It's going to be a struggle.
In March, just a few months ago, this neighborhood, like many others in Howard County, learned it won't have a bus next year.
Outrage. Shock. Total shock. Thought it had to be a mistake.
But it wasn't. These students who attend Rockburn Elementary are now considered walkers, including Lindy Mueller's 5-year-old daughter, who's going into kindergarten.
We timed it. It's 30 minutes each way.
Amber Sam Chee's daughter will be in first grade.
The first and foremost concern is safety. Safety, period, end of story.
There are dozens of elementary school students just in this neighborhood.
Probably their last time on the bus or missed around. It's kind of disheartening.
Each one saying goodbye to the bus. Now, these students, like 6-year-old Angela, are expected to walk this route. From their bus stop, the walk is 1.2 miles to the school's door. But from Angela's house, it's 1.3 miles to the school's door. Mark is her father.
Notice the elevation of this hill? This is going down, and you have to take the same path back. So 5-year-old, 6-year-old, having to take this hike back, it's not going to be very easy.
Is the walk unsafe? Project Baltimore went with the families. The route does include steep hills. Most of the trek has roads with no sidewalks that go around.
Whoa, 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 left, left, left.
Blind curves and over blind hills where the kids cannot see the oncoming cars and the drivers in those cars cannot see them.
It was a blind hill because you can't see anything as you're going down, right? That's the definition of blind hill.
It's inappropriate to have to walk that far carrying as many bags and instruments and whatnot, especially, I mean, today we are blessed with actually really nice weather.
Earlier this year, Howard County Public Schools cut bus service for upwards of 3,500 students, about 6% of the student body. The district said bus service was cut to ensure the efficient use of transportation because school start times for next school year were changed.
They're saying that bus service in Howard County is now considered a boutique service, which is just crazy. They're telling us that it's good exercise for our kids to get some walking in.
The district increased the distance students must live from school to qualify for bus service. For pre-K students, middle schoolers, and high schoolers, the distance was increased by half a mile. K through 5 students stayed the same at 1 mile. But how the distance is calculated also changed.
I can't believe what it would feel like walking with like a 20-pound backpack.
The old county policy measured the distance door to door. Now it's property line to property line, which according to the school system is 1.02 miles. That is why this neighborhood lost its bus.
There was really not a lot of transparency around the fact that this was going to be happening.
Over the past few years, Howard County has significantly increased its transportation budget. It's up about 30% over the last 2 years. So if taxpayers are paying more for transportation, why are fewer students being transported? Where's the money going? Project Baltimore asked Howard County Schools for an interview to discuss this walk and its transportation budget. The district declined, but explained in a statement that there is a sidewalk for the majority of the walk, which is on a dead-end street with no through traffic. But nowhere in this statement does Howard County Schools answer the first question we asked. If the transportation budget is 30% higher, why are fewer students being transported? That question was just ignored. So we sent another email asking it again.
Very disappointed. Disappointed in our elected officials, the Board of Education, and the transportation officials who have put budget ahead of safety of our kids.
The money factor is important here. If the district is increasing its transportation budget, but fewer students are being bused to school, where is the money going? We are working on getting that answer from Howard County Public Schools, and we'll keep you updated. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Well, the owner of a local business closing its doors permanently, coming up in our next hour. The reason why the family business is shutting down.
And we'll have a few showers today. Just ahead, what we can expect for the rest of the work week. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis. This morning, one of the city's most historic districts, again, facing crime concerns. A Baltimore police officer was injured in Fells Point over the weekend.
Taylor Stewart is live with this latest incident and how residents are reacting. Taylor.
Yeah, residents are pretty shaken up about the fights and the shoplifting happening in what's considered to be one of the safest neighborhoods in the city. We're getting a better idea of what happened on Thames and Bond Street Saturday around 2 in the morning. Take a look at this. We got this video from a nearby store, and in it you can see officers running down the street with their weapons drawn. Police say an officer was injured, shoved to the ground. Now, BPD has not shared who this officer is nor the extent of the injuries, but this is yet another example of the dangerous and sometimes violent instances impacting Fells Point, particularly at night.
They don't seem to be addressing the real problem of crime in Baltimore, and there just needs to be more attention to it and not just talk and not just window dressing.
Wow. Oh, she bottled her. We'll show you what she was looking at. Fells Point, no stranger to violence recently. This brawl happening last weekend along Broadway and Shakespeare. Police were able to get the crowd under control. But then another late night fight on Thames Street. This was just last month. The entire area just left a mess with empty alcohol bottles, trash thrown on the ground. Now, no arrests were made following either brawl. And in the case of the injured officer, Baltimore police have made an arrest. But store owners, residents there say they are definitely tired of the crime. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, Governor Wes Moore unveiling his three-pillared approach to fighting crime in Maryland. We break down how this will help fight crime in Baltimore.
City leaders will be holding a signing ceremony for the fiscal year 2024 budget. Where the money in the budget is going. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Governor Wes Moore unveiling his three-pillared approach to crime in Maryland, focusing on support for law enforcement, stronger communities, and collaboration.
Gone are the days when we strain partnerships between state government and local elected leaders. I'm data-driven, and this approach is backed by data.
Words we've heard before. Joining us now with the importance of the saying, it is an all-of-the-above approach. Founder and Chief Executive of Falston Group, Rob Weinhold. Rob, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, my pleasure. Good morning.
Yeah, so he says it right there. He's talking about a three-pillared approach. When he was running in 2022, in February, he released a crime plan then to fight crime and had 6 pillars, and it was a little bit more detailed. This one's not as detail-oriented.
Well, let's Google Earth out for a moment, right? I mean, there's clearly a crime crisis in and around Baltimore, Prince George's County, Maryland, and something has to be done. So in any leadership model, resilient leadership, crisis leadership model, you want to operate with integrity, decisiveness, you want to own your space and take responsibility, and you want to communicate effectively. So great that we're communicating a framework for Maryland in terms of addressing crime, whether it's supporting police or gathering communities and empowering them, making sure that the criminal justice entities are working together, and then certainly the focus on juvenile crime. I don't think anybody argues with what is being laid out. The question becomes, what's the detail, right? So as an example, what does supporting police mean? Does it mean there's going to be funding for more officers in jurisdictions? Does it mean more equipment, more technology, more training? All of these things become really important. And so if you're empowering the local jurisdictions, they have to know how to engage the plan, how to find resources for the plan. Because at the end of the day, plans, I always say policy papers, whatever it might be, are just that. The proof is in the pudding, and our Marylanders are going to be more safe and feel more safe than they were before this plan was implemented.
He did say, though, he was going to give more money for the GVRS system there. He also said that he was going to start that one group. It's MACA group, and it's basically going to be the spearhead, federal, local, state levels. They're going to actually be able to communicate through that one group, though, starting it. We've heard that before, too, where people have started big groups on a federal agency, a state and a local agency, too. So that's nothing new. But what about parental responsibility and accountability? Because we heard that. He even mentioned Prince George's County, Montgomery County. He talks about that. Angela also Brooks brought that up. She's the one, the executive, that said we need parental accountability. Where is that? That's not in the three-pillared approach.
Well, first off, I'm all about accountability, 100%. There has to be accountability at every level of the criminal justice system, including what happens at home. Are kids going to school? Are they finding productive times and the hours after school when juvenile crime is most likely the highest, and also victimization is the highest? And so we have to do everything we can to hold people accountable, both in the neighborhoods and within the criminal justice system, hoping that these kids don't get there. So realizing, of course, there's many factors that impact crime, juvenile crime in particular. Way too many young people are getting shot for a variety of reasons. Not a whole lot to do. If you look in the past, I mean, the police athletic league centers were a really interesting concept. In fact, studies showed that juvenile victimization decreased by 64% in the hours after school when these centers were up and running. And by the way, that was a public-private partnership where local corporations infused funds into these centers and really made a valuable difference. And so, again, I think it comes down to people wanting to feel, wanting to be safe, and whether or not this crime plan is effective, which, by the way, the pillars are things that we've heard before, but if you tie it to the private sector entities say, hey, we want to increase revenue, reduce expenses, improve net operating income. But the question becomes how, and in the private sector, they do a really good job. If you look at Amazon or you look at Microsoft or some of these other high-performing companies, they know what's expected of them, and the consumers know how to engage the company. Same thing in the public sector. How do we engage this plan and the agencies which are responsible for executing it? So coordinating, very important. I think all of us are hoping it's successful and everybody joins together.
That's the big question. How long do you give before you say, okay, this is not successful?
I don't know if it's a matter of how long as much as measuring it along the way and making sure that there's progress in the right direction. So trend lines and patterns become very important here, but what gets measured gets done. And so there has to be accountability through metrics.
Rob Weinhold, Falston Group, thank you so much. We appreciate your expertise.
My pleasure.
Thank you. All right, now we want to go over to meteorologist Amy Aronson looking at the forecast, and tomorrow, the big change, Amy.
Yeah, we need the rain. Right now, we're in line for the driest year on record so far. 10 inches of rain. That's all we've had so far since January. We should be closer to 19, 20 inches. So we're about 9 to 10 inches below average. But here's what's coming. An area of low pressure to our south and west is going to start to spin some of this moisture our way, and it's going to stick around. It's not going to move a whole lot. It doesn't doesn't really have anywhere to go. So the result for us will be clouds and rain each day. Right now, we're starting off with some clouds currently. A little bit of fog actually being reported at the airport. Low 70s to begin with that easterly wind kicking in at 14 miles an hour. And eventually some showers will show up. I think just a stray shower today. Future scan showing a little more rain than we're actually expecting. But come tomorrow, it does catch up and it shows a better chance for some steady rain pushing in from the south and taking over. Keeps our temperatures down. Not quite as warm tomorrow with highs backing off into the low 70s with all this rain coming through. Here's a look at our rain chances. They increase with each passing day, increasing Wednesday, Thursday, heading through week's end and into the weekend, too. As rain chances increase, temperatures decrease. We're back in the mid and low 70s both Wednesday and Thursday. The 80s are here Friday into Saturday, though, so temperatures warming as we get into the weekend. Here's a look at all of our rain chances. Rain chances every single day this week. Actually, today's the driest out of the next 7. I don't think the weekend's a washout, but I would plan on at least some scattered showers and some storms each day with highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tom, Patrice.
If you like lighting up fireworks on a special occasion, you may want your children to join in on the fun as well. But still ahead in our next hour, we have some safety tips to keep in mind when introducing fireworks to your kids, if you should do that at all.
And we're at Annie's Playground this morning. They renovated it. It's amazing. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
Needs to give him a little help. Just one more little push, little shove.
Yeah, right. Or if he had some coffee before he went out, he'd have the Flintstone feet. He could do it on his own. It's time for a coffee break.
Well, the clock is ticking to find the missing deep-sea submarine with 5 people on board somewhere deep in the Atlantic.
Just a scary thought. Megan Gillen at our live center with the search that is underway right now. Megan.
Guys, we want to take you live to St. John's Harbor. We know that rescue operations are happening not far from here, underway for any sign of the vessel or crew that was on their way to tour the Titanic ship that sank more than a century ago. Right now, that search is being led by the U.S. Coast Guard with help from the Canadian Coast Guard and military aircraft. And now Congressman Brandon Williams that you see there, who previously served as a nuclear marine officer in the U.S. Navy, he is calling on the force to deploy a nuclear submarine to try and rescue this crew. The submarine named the Titan was carrying 5 people when it went into the water around 6 a.m. on Sunday. Again, it was heading to the scene of the Titanic wreckage to explore, but it never resurfaced. We know one of the 5 people on board is British business executive Hamish Harding. If you remember, Harding was also a passenger on Blue Origin's 2022 space flight. An experienced diver who says he knows 3 of the 5 on board the sub, appearing on Fox News, not optimistic for a rescue.
What could possibly have happened?
Worst situation is, something happened to the hull, and our fear is that, it imploded at around 3,200 meters.
Meantime, the 1st Coast Guard District Commander remains very optimistic.
We work very, very hard, and our crews take this personally. Our first thoughts are with the crew members and the families of those on board. And so we want to make sure that we have done absolutely everything that we can do to locate their family members and bring them home safe.
Ocean Gate Expeditions website, which actually operates the submarine, says the vessel has 96 hours of life support in an emergency, which means this morning they have, you can see it right there, now less than 70 hours of oxygen left. Any new information that comes in, we're going to bring it to you right here from our live center. Tom?
Megan, we will be mostly cloudy today with a few showers. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know when we could expect our next weather maker and how long it will be sticking around. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. A little hazy, a little humid. It's got that feeling out there.
And when it's humid like that, you can feel it even in the building because you feel it in your hair and your skin. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here.
Yeah, my skin loves it. I feel like I'm always dry, so I need the extra moisture, but we do need moisture in general. Everything is dry. The grass, your yards, the gardens, and we are going to get some rain. Finally, it's about time, right? We've had a very dry summer so far, and we are looking at some showers finally creeping in. Today, not so much. Today, they stay primarily west of here. I think a few stray showers as we get into the afternoon, but not much in terms of rain for us today. We are off to a mild and a very muggy start. You can feel the moisture out there. Temperatures starting off in the low to mid 70s right now and warming their way that direction this afternoon. So it's still warm today, mostly cloudy through lunchtime, not much in terms of rain, so I am still giving your morning drive the green light. But as we head through the day tomorrow, we are going to be tracking some rain and much needed rainfall. I'll break down how much rain we're expecting in the days ahead in just about 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning, we are following a crash on 695. This is the inner loop at the JFX here. We've got two vehicles involved in this, and you can see the flashing lights right there. We're now getting word that it is closing the shoulder there, so something to keep in mind. Looks like cars are zooming past, but we've got some backups as a result.
If you're not stepping up, you're a part of the problem. The criticism is not going to save our children if they're getting shot 5 and 6 at a time on a bus stop.
This morning, in a city in crisis, parents and residents are frustrated over the ongoing violence in and around Baltimore City.
Shannon Lilly spoke with one mother seeking justice after her son was caught in the crossfire of this weekend's mass shooting, and she's not the only one demanding accountability. Shannon.
Yeah, this mother's son is one of 6 people who was shot in that mass shooting on Friday. It happened just blocks away from Loyola University. And so, of course, she is fed up, and so are many in that community. In fact, in just 1 hour from now, the community is going to be holding a meeting to talk public safety in their neighborhood. We're going to pull up some details about that meeting right here on your screen. Pastor Stevie Thompson and local businesses will be hosting it at Wilson Park Community Church. It's going to happen on York Road at 9 this morning. Now, the purpose is to talk neighborhood needs, concerns, and safety. It's all happening just up the street from the crime scene. In fact, look at this. You can still see the bullet holes at this bus stop along York Road and Cold Spring Lane, where gunfire erupted Friday night. The mom we spoke to telling us her 18-year-old son was just sitting there talking with people at the bus stop when he was shot about 6 times in the leg. That is where she found him, on the ground. That scene forever etched in her mind. Take a listen.
This crime scene was ridiculous. There wasn't even enough officers to cover the scene. We out here on the street corner crying and praying at the same time, waiting for first come, first serve on EMT. You have no idea what that's like, to stand over my son and try to have him look me in the eyes and focus and hold on to life and ask him, can you jump up and down in the middle of the street like a fool so we can be the first people to be seen?
I want to get ahead of that. We need to keep talking and reacting to what happened. What do we got to do to prevent it from happening?
And that pastor you just heard from will be the one that's hosting this morning's meeting. Again, it starts right at 9. We do plan to be there. As far as police's investigation, right now they have released no information about a motive or a suspect. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Shannon. Friday's incident just adds to the growing list of mass shootings in the city this year. In January, 5 juveniles were shot at the Edmondson Village Shopping Center. One of them, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey, was killed. And then in March, there was another mass shooting in West Baltimore along Edmondson Avenue. This time, 6 people were shot. One of the victims was just 15 years old. Another victim in that tragedy, 33-year-old Baltimore boxer Ernest Hall, was killed. And then in April, 4 people were injured in a mass shooting in North Baltimore, this time along Charles Street there. And just last month, 5 people were shot near Lexington Market downtown.
In the wake of the violence, Governor West Moore announcing a new summer crime plan coming up. We're going to take a closer look at that plan and why some law enforcement experts remain concerned about the effectiveness. Police say a 9-year-old girl is hurt this morning after she was hit by a car along North Spring Street just before 9 last night. Her condition is not clear. Police say the driver stayed at the scene, but they didn't provide any details.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, the owner of Eddie's of Mount Vernon says inflation and crime are forcing the family-owned business to close permanently.
Taylor Stewart live with why the owner says they don't have any other choice. Taylor.
That's right, Patrice and Megan. Essentially, the store owner telling Fox 45 it is, quote, impossible to continue doing business in the area. After 24 years, Eddie's will close at the end of this month. And it's not to say this was an easy choice. The store's owner, Dennis Zorn, posting the news on Facebook, sharing it with his customers. He says COVID had a severe impact on business, but most importantly, crime in the neighborhood. The crime hasn't just hurt the family business financially, though. It's caused some really dangerous situations for its employees. Zorn saying he really didn't have another option.
Chronic shoplifting and the violence that went along with it. We had 2 knives pulled on us in the last year trying to stop shoplifters, and I don't want to expose my family nor my employees to that.
This isn't the first time the grocery store announced a closure. Last month, the owner posted a sign on the door, saying they were going to close after a string of break-ins and a rise in shoplifting. The owner told us he was paying about $800 each week for private security, but later, a change of mind. He's tried to fight the good fight and stay open. But Dennis Zorn tells us in the past he has reached out to Councilman Eric Costello, who represents that district. Costello responded saying he would do his part to get more police to patrol the area. We followed up with him. Given this news, we've not yet heard back. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, shoplifting is having a huge impact on stores in Maryland and nationwide. According to the National Retail Federation, retailers lost more than $94 billion to shoplifting last year. That's up about $4 billion from 2020. Now, here in Baltimore, the latest police data shows commercial robberies up slightly this year by about 3% compared to last year. You can find more on the growing problem on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A police officer in Fells Point becomes one of the latest victims to city violence. In our next half hour, what we know so far as this case develops.
It's wicked weather ripping through parts of our country. We're taking you live to the areas hit the hardest just ahead from the Live Center.
And we are all included in the moderate drought category, so we need the rain, and we're finally going to get some of it. I've got an updated look at our rain chances for the rest of the week and the weekend in a couple of minutes. It's 8:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:10 now. More than 300,000 people are waking up without power across the Midwest and the South as severe storms rip through.
Let's get right to Tom Rogers at our live center with a look at the damage this morning. Tom.
Yeah, this is actually out of Mississippi. This just coming in right here, the damage from these storms. Also in Tulsa, Oklahoma, there is a good news. We can see lights on at many of the area businesses there, but certainly not the case everywhere. Crews are racing to replace more than 700 broken power poles, down wires after weekend storms, temperatures climbing into the mid-90s there. At last check this morning, Oklahoma still had almost 160,000 without power. And Tulsa's mayor now revealing one person has died from lack of electricity. And take a look at this aerial footage, too. Into our newsroom this morning from Tulsa, you can see homes reduced to rubble, debris everywhere, trees knocked down. It's not just the residents in Oklahoma cleaning up this morning. As you know, Mississippi, there were more severe storms leading to the tornado yesterday afternoon. We are learning 8 people were briefly trapped at a bank in downtown Moss Point when it was damaged by these storms. And check this out. Another part of Mississippi Emergency Management releasing this video from Jasper County showing the devastation from a tornado there earlier yesterday. That ended up killing one person, injuring another 24. Heavy rains also leading to more flooding right near Mobile, Alabama. You can see people and pets rescued by boats. Look at that truck driving through that as water rose around their homes yesterday. And we're not out of the woods yet today. We can see even more dangerous storms. Around 5 million who were in that area covered in yellow there. And you can see that in Baton Rouge, New Orleans there. And then parts of the middle Gulf Coast is where we're seeing a lot of the issues. Closer to home, though, mostly dry today, but things are changing. In fact, I want to go right to meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at what we can expect. And are these storms the same storms that we'll get here?
Part of it, part of the same weather maker, but for us, fortunately, no severe weather expected here, just the rain, which we actually desperately need, so it's beneficial to us. The only problem is it impacts pool plans over the next couple of days. It's going to be cloudy today, but then tomorrow scattered showers get underway, and you're going to want to move outdoor plans inside for the end of the week with more rain and more storms likely Thursday, Friday, and as we head into the weekend. I'll let you know what days are going to be washouts in the week ahead in 10 minutes. Megan, Patrice.
Some students will soon have to make a dangerous trek to school in Howard County. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore team questions why transportation funding is increasing while fewer kids will have a bus ride to school.
Governor Wes Moore on the national stage making bold claims about how Maryland is making strides against crime. Fox 45 News demanding accountability as some question the governor's priorities. It is 8:13 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Now, what we're doing is we're actually putting together policies that are making people safer. What we're doing is actually doing things like making sure we can get and keep these illegal guns out of our neighborhood. We're actually doing things.
Governor Moore on national TV promoting his new summer crime plan. In it, 3 pillars, including supporting law enforcement, building stronger communities, and collaboration across all levels of government. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joins us live to weigh in on the plan and if it could work. Mari, good morning.
Morning, Megan.
We've been hearing a lot of reactions. Some political analysts say it sounds good, but they're concerned with the lack of details on how the plan would be implemented. What are your thoughts in hearing it?
Well, I don't think it sounds very good at all. I think it sounds terrible. This is Brendan Scott's program, which is really, kind of like the left-wing way of looking at crime. They want to replace cops with social workers. How's that worked out in Baltimore? 600 officers short. And also, they don't want to hold criminals accountable. Everything is about treating criminals like they're the victims, but they ignore the real victims. If Governor Moore was serious, his plan would say, hey, I'm going to put 2,000 more cops on the street in Maryland. We're going to go after repeat violent offenders, make sure they, finish out their full sentences, right. Increase penalties on, crimes with firearms. I mean, these are the things that reduce violent crime.
Mari, let me ask you this. Is it a step in the right direction that you're seeing state leadership trying to do something about the crime and working with the local leaders?
I don't think it's a step in the right direction if you're, you got the wrong target. If you don't believe in putting more cops on the street, if you don't believe in holding criminals accountable, I don't care how much money you put in, you're going to be spinning your wheels, and the victims are going to suffer. Here's a couple things we know, Megan, is that under Marilyn Mosby, by not, making sure these repeat offenders served out their sentence, over 1,400 people were killed unnecessarily because those crimes were committed when these guys should have been in jail. So we know what works, keeping these bad guys locked up. And unfortunately, this plan doesn't have one word of that, and more people are going to suffer, and that's very sad.
We're going to see how this plays out. Mari, we appreciate your time in weighing in.
Thanks, Megan.
It is 8:19 now, and we want to get another look at our forecast.
We have meteorologist Amy Aronson. It feels like it's going to rain. Is it actually going to rain?
Eventually. I know it's hard to believe. We haven't seen a ton of rain so far this year in the summer, but we are finally going to get some of it. And just in time for the summer solstice, actually. That's coming up tomorrow. I know it's already felt like summer. We kicked off meteorological summer back on June 1st, but this is when we have the most amount of daylight. So what happens is the Earth is tilted directly towards the sun, the northern hemisphere is, and we get the max amount of daylight on that day. 5:40 in the morning. That's when sunrise will be tomorrow. Sunset extra late at 8:36 p.m. gives us 14 hours, 55 minutes, and 30 seconds of daylight. Most amount of daylight in the year. Now, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to really enjoy it tomorrow because we do have some rain on the way. Looking a little hazy and cloudy out there today, looking down at York Road in Towson. We are off to a muggy start. You can actually feel the moisture that's creeping in. Upper 60s and low 70s to start things off right now. And here's where the moisture is coming from. It's this area of low pressure sitting and spinning off to our south and our west. Counterclockwise rotation around that is pushing all that moisture our way. And what's happening is it's going to kind of get stuck there. We've got high pressure to the north. That low doesn't have anywhere to move. So instead, it's just going to keep sending us that moisture in the days ahead as we head through the weekend and even into early next week. That means for us, lots of rain chances coming up. Not necessarily today. Today's still mostly dry and mostly cloudy, but then we'll start to see some showers trickle in from the south as we get into the day tomorrow. So by this time tomorrow, I think we're starting to see some showers develop. And then they will take us through the end of the week. Thursday and Friday becoming more likely. I don't think any one day is a total washout, but we will be dodging some rain each day in the days ahead. An updated look at how much rain we're expecting does show a little less than originally anticipated. Initially, it was showing about an inch through Thursday. Now it's showing closer to a half an inch, 7/10 of an inch as we head through Thursday night. But then, of course, more showers, more storms Friday into the weekend. Today, just cloudy, not a ton of rain, low 80s ahead of us today. We are looking at cooler temperatures Wednesday and Thursday as rain chances increase. We'll be in the mid 70s tomorrow, low 70s on Thursday with some showers likely at that point. And we are looking at rain chances every single day in our 7-day forecast. A stray shower today, higher chances tomorrow for the start of summer. Rain is likely Thursday, Friday through the weekend with showers and storms each day. We will be warming back up though. Highs expected to reach the mid and upper 80s over the weekend into early next week. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. Another rowdy crowd causes problems in Fells Point. What led to a police officer getting injured and what's being done to fix the problem?
And we're in Annie's Playground in Harford County. Renovations, we'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
.24, it's so Baltimore. A popular playground in Harford County is now opened after a few renovations.
Annie's Playground has some new features for all to enjoy. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark has been one of them enjoying it, taking a ride down the slide. How's it going, Mark?
It's going great. I'm with Paul Magnus, the Director of Parks and Recs here in Harford County. And Paul, this has to be the crown jewel. This is amazing what you've done.
Absolutely. It's clearly our most popular playground here in the county. It's not our only one, but it is something that, as we originally built it back in 2005, in memory of Annie Cumpston, when we renovated the playground, we wanted to keep the spirit of the playground. So we've got our elephant slide, we've got our dragon slide, We've got our play areas. We've got our area where folks can come and put on little plays. We have the memorial bricks from the original project as well. So it's a well-used and well-loved playground, and we want it that way.
And so it's interesting, Paul, because like you were saying, it's heavily used. Give us an idea of the numbers that come through here.
We easily have on a regular summer day, we would easily have anywhere from about 200 to 300 kids here just in the playground alone. That doesn't count everything else here in the park.
And it's great. I mean, from a standpoint of, like you said, it keeps the memories alive, it keeps Annie's memories alive, and also a nod to the original, but also as it expands and grows. So, again, thank you for this great place where kids can have all the joy they want, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, one of the other items we have here, which is another very popular feature of our Parks Department, is our Ma and Pa Trail after the Maryland and Pennsylvania Railroad. This is the southernmost trailhead for the Ma and Pa Trail. From here, you can go up into Bel Air, and later on in the next 18 to 24 months, you're going to be able to go all the way from here up into Forest Hill without ever having to step foot on a street.
Well, Paul, thanks so much for that great information, okay? Great time this morning.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you
guys.
are having a great time. All right. Well, if you want more information about getting your family out there, just go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
One school district drastically cutting the number of school buses for students, some as young as kindergarten. Up next, Chris Pabst with how parents are reacting to this.
A new city budget is being signed into effect right here at City Hall today. Just ahead, we'll have a preview. Plus, I'll detail exactly where that money is going.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, June 20th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are expecting some rain. How long will it last is a big question.
That is a good question. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with the forecast. We want some, but we don't want it to last through the weekend. You know, there's
You
some...
could just do it overnight, you know, like from like 11 until 2 a.m., just heavy downpours and then be done.
Yeah, like the sprinklers, right?
Right.
If only. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to come through in waves and last for quite some time once it arrives. But I don't think any one day is a complete washout. So that's also some good news. This morning, we're not tracking any rain. It's just low 70s to start. So it feels kind of sticky, kind of muggy out there. You can kind of notice the humidity when you step out the door. Dew points, not terrible. When these numbers get to 70, that's when humidity really becomes oppressive and noticeable. We're not quite there just yet, but we are in the mid and upper 60s right now pretty much everywhere. As the kids head out to summer camp, they should take advantage of today because it's a dry day, mostly cloudy, not a ton of sunshine. High temperatures will end up in the low 80s, so also not as hot as it was yesterday. But come tomorrow, it's going to be an indoor activity kind of day. I will break down our rain chances, let you know how long the rain's going to stick around in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a live look from some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. A crash 95 right towards Fort McHenry's tunnel where there's 2 vehicles involved. That's not any of these cameras that we're showing you, but it may cause some delays. 8:31, and some parents in Howard County outraged after learning that their children are losing their bus ride to school.
The move is forcing students, some as young as kindergarten, to walk more than a mile to school. Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning with more on their parents' concerns for children's safety. Chris, you and I both have 6-year-olds. She couldn't walk a mile if she wanted to.
Well, a mile, but it's not just a mile. It's also a mile with a backpack. It's a mile with that backpack that could be heavy. It's in the rain. It's in the snow. It's in the cold. Right. It's in the heat. You know, there's really a lot going on here in Howard County, and it's a little bit perplexing. And we're going to stay on this story because these parents are really upset. They have always had a bus that came to this particular neighborhood. But earlier this year, Howard County schools changed their policies for who gets a bus. For most of the students in the district, they increased the distance that you have to live from the school by a half a mile. So pre-K went from a half mile to 1 mile. That's pre-K, that's 5-year-olds, maybe even 4-year-olds. Middle school and high school students, they went also a extra half mile, 1 mile to 1.5 miles and 1.5 miles to 2 miles. But the other thing that the school system did that really took a lot of these people out of the bus service zone is that they changed how they gauge the distance from door to door to property line to property line. Huh. It may not seem like a big deal, but it ended up being a huge deal because if you have athletic fields, for example, at a elementary school, they're now considering the property line of the school, not the door. So that took a lot of people out of bus service, and they're very upset about it.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, and I love the actual footage that you shot there because you think, oh, okay, kids walking in sidewalks, you know, there's lights, they just wait to cross. It's not that big of a deal. You showed blind curves, no sidewalks at all, and really going across some of these roads where you have no idea what's coming around the corner.
Yeah, sure. I would never send my 6-year-old daughter on this walk. I mean, no way. And I think that that's what the school's also banking on because I don't think anybody in this neighborhood is going to do that. So are there going to be safety concerns? Well, not if the kids aren't actually walking, which I would guess is going to be 0 of these kids that are actually going to be walking. Right. So there won't be, that really devastating story of a kid potentially being injured. And I think the school system is somewhat banking on that these kids aren't going to walk anyway. But here's to me, as a journalist, what's most interesting to me and what we're going to stay on is that over the past 2 years, Howard County has increased its transportation budget for students by 30%. That is a significant increase. Well, if thousands of fewer students are being transported to school, but the school system is spending 30% more on transportation, where's that money going? I mean, it's not transporting kids. So where's the money going? Howard County, we sent them an email. They didn't answer it. We sent them another email. If we got to go to Howard County to try to get this answer, we will. But Maryland's a very highly taxed state. We all know that. We know the Kirwan Commission is putting a lot of money into education. Well, Howard County is getting some of that money, putting 30% more of it into transportation, but thousands of fewer kids are getting a ride to school. So we're going to stay on this story because parents down there certainly deserve answers.
Yeah, it just doesn't add up. Chris, thank you. Happening today, Mayor Scott and council members will be holding a signing ceremony for the fiscal year 2024 budget.
Now, it comes after City Council made major changes to the mayor's proposed budget.
Shannon Lilly has a preview of today's signing at City Hall and the impact that we're going to see moving forward. Shannon.
Well, moving forward, we are going to see more money for our fire department as well as city surveillance, among other things. And this all comes after City Council reallocated nearly $12 million from the mayor's proposed budget. This is the first time in a century that the council has put that kind of power to use. And so today, right here at City Hall in this ceremonial signing, this is all getting set in stone. We're going to pull up some information right here ahead of this signing. It's set to start here at City Hall at 5 this evening in the ceremonial room. Mayor Brandon Scott will be joined by Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby and other council members and city leaders to officially sign the fiscal year 2024 budget into effect. Now, like I mentioned, it comes after weeks of hearings and debates with the council ultimately overhauling several parts of the mayor's $4.4 billion proposal, reallocating $12 million. Now, the majority of that money is being shifted to the fire department, who will receive $5 million to purchase new fire equipment. Another $2 million will be used to improve city surveillance, with $1 million going towards renovating City Watch cameras and another $1 million going to new City Watch cameras. As for cuts, the council slashed $1.7 million from the embattled Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts, that's also known as BOPA. Councilman Eric Costello claims that if the agency makes improvements to their administrative issues in the next 3 months, that money could be reinstated. But again, this budget signing all gets underway at 5 this evening right here at City Hall. Our crews plan to be there, and we will bring you that coverage as it happens. Reporting from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Across the country, severe heat and tornadoes devastate the southeast. In our next hour, more on the wicked weather.
Highs in the 80s today, but our next chance for rain? Oh, it's coming tomorrow. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking the next weather maker in her full forecast. 8:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
8:39 on this Tuesday morning. We are looking at one more mostly dry day ahead of us. Cloudy skies, upper 70s to near 80 today, but no real rain just yet. So today would be the day to knock out any of your things to do that include outdoor work, maybe cutting the grass, doing some gardening. Today's your day for that, because after today, showers are going to be moving in. That's also going to lend us a helping hand. We really need the rain, and we are going to get a good dose of it. I'll explain how much rain we're expecting and how long the rain's going to stick around in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Turning now to a city in crisis. This morning, one of the city's most historic districts, again, facing crime concerns. A Baltimore police officer was injured in Fells Point over the weekend.
Taylor Stewart is live with us now with the latest incident and how residents are reacting. Taylor?
Well, Tom, Megan, residents are pretty shaken up about fights and shoplifting happening in what's considered to be one of the safer neighborhoods in the city. We're getting a better idea of what happened on Thames and Bond Street Saturday morning around 2 a.m. Take a look at this surveillance video obtained by FOX45. Yeah, you can see it. Officers running down the street with weapons drawn. Police say an officer was injured, shoved to the ground. BPD has not shared who this officer is or the extent of their injuries, but this just yet another example of dangerous and sometimes violent instances impacting Fells Point, particularly at night.
They don't seem to be addressing the real problem of crime in Baltimore, and there just needs to be more attention to it and not just talk and not just window dressing.
Wow. Oh, she bottled her. Let's take a look at what she was looking at right here. No stranger to violence in Fells Point. This brawl happened just last weekend along Broadway and Shakespeare. Police were able to get this crowd under control. But then this, take a look, another fight last month on Thames Street. That area left a complete mess. Empty alcohol bottles thrown on the ground, bags. No arrests were made following either brawl. But in this case of the injured officer, Baltimore police have made an arrest. But store owners and residents there say they're tired. They're tired of the crime. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. We are just 2 weeks away from the 4th of July. My goodness, still ahead, how you can safely celebrate Independence Day if you're lighting off fireworks.
Speaking of the 4th of July, a new report has the most patriotic states in America. Find out where Maryland ranks. Tomorrow is the first day of summer season, which means the 4th of July activities are not too far behind. Parents, before you light up the fireworks, there are some safety plans that you should have in place. Pediatrician with Mercy Medical Center, Dr. Ashanti Woods, is joining us now to explain. Dr. Woods, thanks again for being with us.
Tom, good to see you. Happy Juneteenth, happy 4th of July, happy Father's Day.
Yeah, a lot going on. And when we think 2 weeks away, you know what? And we're going to see probably in less than 2 weeks a lot of sparklers, a lot of those little pops. You can see them in all the grocery stores you go to. You're starting to see all these little sparklies in there. Kids, they're bright colored. They look good. Some of them even look like candy. So when we're talking about really young ones, how do you kind of show some danger without creating too much fear?
Well, you hit the nail on the head, Tom, in that a lot of these products, it appears, are marketed towards children, bright colors, and kids naturally are excited. We, the parents, we turn into kids sometimes around this time of the year. I'm a Baltimore City resident, so you are correct. We've started to hear the fireworks and pops already. Ultimately, you should have a planning meeting first. So you should have a sit down with your kids to let them know what's expected and safe use of these fireworks displays. We as pediatricians, we're usually not really big fans of fireworks or sparklers and children, specifically young children. There are over 10,000 visits to ERs each year. 30% of that, meaning over 3,000 of these visits are children, and sometimes these could be some very serious injuries. So I would say let's start with a family meeting where parents have a chance to sit down with their children of all ages and let them know some of the dangers with fireworks.
Yeah, that's very smart to do, especially now. We know that they're already out there, already out on the streets, and kids are playing it. So if you're hanging out, because lots of times, Dr. Woods, this doesn't happen when you're around a group of adults and everything's planned out and we're all just sitting there watching them. The accidents normally happen with children when they're just walking home from school and somebody's like, look what I got yesterday. Or they're over at a friend's house and they say, yeah, I've got some fireworks. You want to go light them up? You're
absolutely right. So again, having your children not necessarily fall into that peer pressure, or letting them know, even when their friends show them the firework that they have that they found in the garage, that your child should immediately know, oops, this could end badly or poorly. Going the other route, though, if you do have a planned fireworks display that you plan on doing in your backyard, you want to make sure that it's a nice, safe area, away from trees, away from the house. There's a proper way to hold fireworks so that it doesn't point or shoot towards someone, that it doesn't shoot towards the house nor trees, because we don't want to start any forest fires with the dry conditions that we've had recently. Hopefully we get some rain soon. I'm going to pay attention to the weather forecast coming up. Hopefully it'll be a couple of drops. But again, you want to have a designated area. And then one of the things I like to highlight about sparklers and children is if you tell your children to make sure they do not bend their arm. In other words, if you're holding a sparkler, just keep your elbow extended, no bending whatsoever. We as pediatricians, we actually prefer glow sticks instead of sparklers. So we're not big fans of sparklers at all. But if you're going to use a sparkler, make sure your children understand they have to hold their hand extended the entire time, to include when the sparkler has dissipated, that rod, that iron rod, is still very, very hot.
Oh, yeah. You drop it on the ground, then people are walking around without any shoes on. Yeah, definitely something that happens we want to avoid. Dr. Ashanti Woods with Mercy, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Thanks.
With the 4th of July just 2 weeks away, Wallet Hub is releasing its report on 2023's most patriotic states. And at the very top of the list, Virginia, followed by Montana, and then Alaska. I don't know why that surprises me, coming in at 2 and 3. Maryland not far behind, though. We are at 12. All the way at the bottom, Arkansas. Now, to determine the list, if you're wondering, Wallet Hub looks at factors like active duty military and how many voted in the last presidential election.
All right, well, 8:48 is the time, and we want to find out exactly, as you just heard Dr. Woods saying, we need to look at the forecast because when the rain will start here.
He's hoping for a few drops. How many do you think we'll get?
I think we'll get more than a few drops eventually. Maybe not today, but later this week. We do need the rain that would help us out, especially leading up to July 4th with all the fireworks celebrations. We're only one day away from the summer solstice. That kicks off tomorrow with an average high of 86 degrees. By July 4th in 14 days, 89 degrees our average high at that point. And then Labor Day will follow 76 days away with average highs backing off into the mid-80s. Right now, though, we are tracking this, that much-needed rain chance. An area of low pressure just sitting and spinning off to our south and west in Tennessee and Kentucky. That's not going to move a whole lot. Pretty stagnant weather pattern here, but now it's going to be a rainy one. So we are seeing all this moisture off to our west already. That's going to trickle in from the west over the next couple of days and up our chances for some much needed rain. Little hazy out there this morning. Low 70s to start. Feels a little sticky. An easterly wind pushing some moisture in at 13 miles an hour. Today, Future Scan shows that chance for rain primarily staying west of here. A couple of stray showers, but that's really it today with highs in the low 80s. As we get into the day tomorrow, mostly cloudy to begin. We are looking at some showers coming in eventually from the south and from the west here, taking over during the second half of the day. So a soggy end to your Wednesday and a wet start to your Thursday, too. Rain chances gradually increasing in the days ahead. We are looking at showers likely all the way through Friday and actually lingering this weekend, too, with showers and even some storms at that point. Here's what that means for our temperatures. Not quite as hot. We did reach 90 degrees yesterday, but temperatures are back down today and then back down into the 70s both Wednesday and Thursday. We are warming it back up Friday into Saturday with highs in the mid-80s at that point. A quick look ahead shows a lot happening this week. A lot of rain chances this week. Rain likely through week's end. Scattered showers, even some storms Saturday into Sunday. Temperatures are briefly down, but then back up again. So we're back in the mid-80s despite the rain chances through the weekend into early next week. And here's a look at the view through your window. This little pup actually looking out the window. This is Coco. Thank you, Carla, for this cool picture of your dog checking out what's happening outside. And we'd like to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or scan that QR code you see right there on your screen to send us your pics. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Megan. In today's consumer news, Ram and Jeep are recalling more than 80,000 vehicles over potential engine issues.
The manufacturers say a problem with the vehicle's crankshaft could cause engines to stall. The recall includes Ram 1500s from 2014 to 2019 and Jeep Grand Cherokees from 2014 to 2020. The companies will send letters to impacted owners by July 28th with information on how to receive free repairs.
And if you're planning on a long-haul trip soon, one Australian airline wants to make your trip as comfortable as possible. Passengers flying economy on Qantas Airlines' newest jets set to take a flight in 2025 will be able to stretch their legs in a well-being zone. The lounge features integrated stretch handles, an on-screen guided exercise program, and a self-serve snack area.
How do they decide who gets to go there? Wasn't that big for everyone to be there?
Right? Yeah.
Oh, man, that sounds fun. Trending now, Netflix is turning one of the most popular shows into a real-life game.
The company teased Squid Game, the challenge, which will feature, get this, familiar competitions from the original show like red light, green light. And of course, you will die. No, it says that there won't be any danger the series is known for. Reality show will premiere this November. Netflix is also planning a second season of Squid Game.
For the people that do sign up for that, though, isn't there something in the back of their mind that they're like,
right.
I don't know.
Yeah, especially
Maybe
if they start seeing people drop near them, you know?
Not a good idea.
No. All right, well, bird lovers, you get to rejoice. Today is National American Eagle Day.
Interesting. The founding fathers chose the bald eagle as the U.S. national symbol back in 1782. The bird is unique to North America, and it can be found in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. In the late 1900s, the national bird almost went extinct, but in 1995, they were removed from the federal list of endangered species. You can celebrate the American eagle by visiting a nature reserve and learning more about them. They're just beautiful to watch, too.
The bald eagle isn't the only bird we'll be highlighting today. Coming up in our next hour, you could take a trip with us to the zoo, and that one wasn't the one that we'll be showing you.
And we're at Annie's playground this morning. Coming up, we'll talk to Annie's father.
Well, now is the perfect time to get another caffeine boost.
Go ahead and take a coffee break before we hit the park.
8:56 and topping your morning business report, loneliness can take a toll on mental health, but it might also take a toll on health of your bones. Now, in a new study, scientists from the Maine Health Institute for Research isolated adult mice found that social isolation led to reduced bone quality. Scientists say a previous study shows loneliness is a link to health problems, including mental health issues in older adults. They say more research needs to be done to see how these findings affect humans more specifically. Here's some good news when it comes to reducing your depression. Workers are starting to see their hours be reduced as companies are hiring more employees. Business experts say employers are more likely to cut work hours than lay off employees, knowing that they will need them when business increases again. Companies are also filling up long vacant spots, which is helping to reduce the amount of hours for overworked employees.
And not just reduced work hours, but prompt access to hormone therapy can be a key tool improving the mental health of transgender people. Scientists at the University of Melbourne recently finished a study that found that reducing the waiting period for gender-affirming testosterone therapy also lowered psychological distress called gender dysphoria among transgender adults. Researchers found a clinically significant decrease in depression, including a more than 50% reduction in suicidal tendencies among the study participants. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You know, I live in the South, and we love to sit outside and entertain. And the only problem is I don't like insects. Who does? Pesky bugs. Let me introduce you to the 2-in-1 Zapper by Magic Mesh. We just love grilling. We love all outdoor activities. And your kids won't complain about bugs. Won't that be great? Who wants to sit outside and there be bugs? Well, this is rechargeable and it's electric. You can slip it under the chair and keep it there in case you see a pest. And that's where the red light comes into effect. There are no chemicals, no sticky sprays, no smell. Love that there's no smell. Well, you can put it to the side of the grill or by a plant and just keep it there. And it also can go in the docking base. And that's when it turns from a swatter to a mosquito zapper. And that is where you're going to have a blue light, a UV blue light come into effect. And so it's durable, it's good quality, it holds a charge for hours of swatting. Your kids are gonna think this is really fun. Right now, we're offering 33% off on the Magic Mesh 2-in-1 Zapper. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer. I promise you, you and your family are going to totally enjoy all your outdoor activities.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Tuesday, June 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. A lot of people wondering when the rain is coming.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson has that answer.
Yes, soon. Not today. Today you've got one more day to kind of prepare and get everything done so you're not caught out in the rain. But then the days ahead, we do have rain chances pretty much every single day. So a very unsettled pattern unfolding, which we actually need. We haven't seen a lot of rain so far this season. Right now, you'll notice all the showers are well south and west of here, so we're not worried about it today. We're actually off to a warm start. Despite the extra clouds, low 70s to begin right now. Little sticky out there for your morning drive. If you're still heading out this morning, don't need the sunglasses. Also don't really need the umbrella or the rain jacket. Just mostly cloudy today with temperatures in the mid-70s by lunchtime. Otherwise, your morning drive gets the green light still, at least based on weather. Now, come tomorrow, we will face some issues because of the rain. I'll break down the timeline of the showers in 10 minutes. Patrice?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, and as we take a look at the cameras across the Baltimore region, not a lot of volume, looking pretty good out there. Everybody moving along smoothly.
If you're not stepping up, you're a part of the problem. The criticism is not going to save our children if they're getting shot 5 and 6 at a time on a bus stop.
This morning, in a city in crisis, parents and residents are frustrated over the ongoing violence on city streets.
This violence is also pushing more local businesses to take their business elsewhere or close for good.
This morning, we have live team coverage of the issues impacting Baltimore. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us live with a look at why the owner of the Baltimore staple, Eddie's, is closing his doors for good.
But first, Shannon Lilly joining us live with the calls for accountability from one mother whose son was caught in the crossfire of this weekend's mass shooting. Shannon.
Yeah, this mother's son, Megan, was one of 6 people who was shot in that mass shooting on Friday. It all happened just about a block from where I'm standing, right here along York Road. And so, of course, that mom is fed up, and she is not the only one that's fed up in this community. In fact, this neighborhood will be hosting a meeting starting in about an hour. It's happening right here at the Wilson Park Christian Community Church. So we want to pull up some information about this meeting right here on your screen. Pastor Stevie Thompson and local businesses will be hosting it at the Wilson Park Community Church. It's on York Road starting at 10 this morning. The purpose is to talk to neighborhood needs and concerns and safety in this area. It's all happening just up the street from the crime scene. In fact, look at this. You can still see the bullet holes at this bus stop along York Road and Cold Spring Lane where gunfire erupted Friday night. The mom we spoke to telling us her 18-year-old son was just sitting there talking with people at that bus stop when he was shot about 6 times in the leg. That's where she found him on the ground, the scene forever etched in her mind. Take a listen.
This crime scene was ridiculous. There wasn't even enough officers to cover the scene. We out here on the street corner crying and praying at the same time, waiting for first come, first serve on EMT. You have no idea what that's like to stand over my son and try to have him look me in the eyes and focus and hold on to life and ask him, like, can you jump up and down in the middle of the street like a fool so we can be the first people to be seen?
I want to get ahead of that. We need to keep talking and reacting to what happened. What do we got to do to prevent it from happening?
Well, that pastor that you just heard from is once again the one hosting this meeting right here at the Wilson Park Christian Community Church. It was all set to start at 9 for the breakfast, and then at 10 is when this meeting gets underway. So we are going to be monitoring it and bringing you updates on what happens in this meeting. In the meantime, as far as the investigation, right now police are not releasing any information about a motive or a suspect. Reporting live in Northeast Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Governor Wes Moore is unveiling his 3-pillared approach to crime in Maryland, focusing on support for law enforcement, stronger communities, and collaboration. Earlier this morning, founder and chief executive of Falston Group, Rob Weinhold, discussed and joined us to talk about Maryland Governor Wes Moore's 3-pillared approach.
Something has to be done. So in any leadership model, resilient leadership, crisis leadership model, you want to operate with integrity, decisiveness, you want to own your space and take responsibility, and you want to communicate effectively.
I don't think it sounds very good at all. I think it sounds terrible.
You can watch the rest of these interviews on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, the owner of Eddie's in Mount Vernon says inflation and crime is forcing the family-owned business to close permanently.
Taylor Stewart live with why the owner says he has no other choice. Taylor.
That's right, guys. He essentially says operating the store has become impossible to do business in the area. After nearly 24 years, Eddie's is going to close at the end of this month. Not to say this was an easy choice, though. The store's owner, Dennis Zorn, posting the news on Facebook, sharing it with his customers. He says COVID had a severe impact on business, but most importantly, crime in the neighborhood. And the crime hasn't just hurt the family business financially, but it's caused employees to be placed in some really dangerous situations. Zorn saying he had no other option.
Chronic shoplifting and the violence that went along with it. We had 2 knives pulled on us in the last year trying to stop shoplifters. And I don't want to expose my family nor my employees to that.
This isn't the first time the grocery store announced a closure. Last summer, the owner posted a sign on the door saying they were closing after a string of break-ins and a rise in shoplifting. The owner told us at the time he was paying about $800 each week for private security. But later, a change of mind, he stayed open. We do want to mention this is one of the few grocery stores in Mount Vernon, so it's definitely going to have a significant impact on folks living there. That's the latest. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
9:06 now. There is new information in the Trump documents case. A judge is now putting restrictions on what the defense can do with the evidence.
National correspondent Atra Elnishar joining us live from Capitol Hill. Atra, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. We've also got some breaking news unfolding this hour, and that is that Judge Eileen Cannon, who is overseeing this case, who was appointed by former President Trump back in 2020, has set an initial criminal jury trial date for August 14th. That is less than 2 months away from now. Now, legal experts were already seeing on social media and the like saying that that it's fully expected to be delayed. We expect Trump's legal team to try and push this back as far as possible. But this is a significant step in these proceedings, considering it would be occurring about 2 months from the original arraignment. So just to go through some of the details, I don't want to get too technical, but this does give us some insight about how this trial is going to unfold. The judge says it'll occur over a 2-week period. Remember, we heard Jack Smith, the special counsel in this, say that everyone is entitled to a speedy trial. And it's going to occur in Fort Pierce, Florida, not Miami. Fort Pierce, I looked it up, it's about 70 miles from Mar-a-Lago. And all pretrial motions must be filed by July 24th. So again, we fully expect Trump and Walt Nauta, his co-defendant and aide, their legal teams to try and push this back. But if they're unsuccessful, we've got a trial by the end of the summer. Overnight, there were also more developments, this time from Magistrate Judge Bruce Reinhart. He's not going to oversee the trial, but he's handling sort of the administrative procedural proceedings before things really get started. And he has now ordered that former President Trump and Nauta and their lawyers cannot keep or publicly disclose any federal evidence presented in this case. And this order is stemming from a request from prosecutors for the court to set limits on who's got access to these discovery materials and how they're stored. Now, of course, this entire case is about protecting sensitive information after Trump's alleged mishandling of classified documents and obstruction of the federal government's efforts to get them back. Trump, we should note, has pleaded not guilty to all 37 counts. Nauta has not yet been officially arraigned. He wasn't arraigned at the same time as Trump because he was not able to find a local counsel. Now, the judge is specifying in the order that the defendants can only have access to discovery materials under direct supervision of their lawyers. And you'll recall during Trump's arraignment, the judge also told him he is not allowed to discuss this case with Nauta.
So, Atra, let me ask you, it's going to be interesting few months looking ahead to that. But for right now, President Biden is in California, and he is focusing on the risk of artificial intelligence, something we talk about a lot about what that means and where the country's going with that. So how's the White House approaching that issue?
Right. Yeah. The president's in California today, focusing on this, his second day on the West Coast. And really, overall, the White House is trying to strike a balance between fostering the benefits and opportunities that come with AI, but also managing the risks. So today he's meeting with 8 leading AI experts and researchers about how to do just that. But this technology is developing rapidly, and there are doubts about Washington, as slow as it moves, being able to regulate it before it's too late. I mean, consider the fact that leaders here in Washington have spent years talking about regulating social media, regulating cryptocurrency, and they don't have much to show for it, if anything at all. Now, last year, the White House did put out what it calls a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, sort of a code of conduct for how companies should proceed. But of course, that's optional. No one is legally bound to it. We also do expect the Office of Management and Budget, the OMB, to come out with rough policy guidance for how federal agencies use this kind of tech safely. But this week also here on Capitol Hill, there is some talk in Congress about creating a whole new federal agency to regulate AI, and we expect to see some bipartisan legislation come out here soon in the coming days about creating a commission focused on just that. But again, these are all rough ideas, very bureaucratic process to set it in motion, and AI is moving quicker every day, it seems.
It does seem that way. Atra Al-Nashar, live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, the clock is ticking to find the missing deep-sea submarine with 5 people on board somewhere in the Atlantic.
Such a scary situation. Tom Rogers at the Live Center. He's got more on the search that is underway right now.
Yeah, in fact, we're taking you live right here at St. John's Harbor. This is Newfoundland, Canada, where rescue operations are underway. This is exactly where the vessel took off to go out to the Atlantic. They are waiting for any sign the vessel or its crew are still alive, and they are making their way as that crew was going to the Titanic, which sank, as you know, more than a century ago. Right now, the search is being led by U.S. Coast Guard with help from the Canadian Coast Guard and military aircraft. And this is 670 miles away from Canada and 12,500 feet below the surface in the ocean. And now Congressman Brandon Williams, who previously served as a nuclear submarine officer in the U.S. Navy, calling on the force to deploy a nuclear submarine to rescue that crew. The submarine named Titan was carrying 5 people when it went into the water around 6 Sunday morning. Less than 2 hours later, They lost complete contact. Again, it was heading to the scene of the Titanic wreckage, but has not resurfaced. You're seeing some of the footage on other dives that it's made. We know one of the 5 on board is British business executive Hamish Harding. If you remember, Harding was also a passenger on Blue Origin's 2022 space flight, an experienced diver who says he knows 3 of the 5 on board the sub. Appearing on Fox News, not optimistic about their rescue.
What could possibly have happened?
Worst situation is, something happened to the hull, and our fear is that, it imploded at around 3,200 meters.
Well, the first Coast Guard district commander remains very optimistic.
We work very, very hard, and our crews take this personally. Our first thoughts are with the crew members and the families of those on board. And so we want to make sure that we have done absolutely everything that we can do to locate their family members and bring them home safe.
Ocean Gate Expeditions website, which operates the submarine, says the vessel has 96 hours of life support in an emergency, which means this morning they now have 65 hours of oxygen left. Any new information that comes in, of course, we will bring that to you. Live from the Live Center this morning, Tom Rogers.
All right, Tom, thank you. A Baltimore police officer hurt during another massive fight in Fells Point. Why some are frustrated that this is becoming a reoccurring issue in that neighborhood.
A new development in the GOP investigation of the Biden family. I'm Christine Frizzell with what we're learning about a future witness in the probe.
Developing now this morning, we are waiting to learn more about when a former business partner of Hunter Biden may be meeting with the House Oversight Committee.
House investigators say he could provide valuable information in their investigation into the Biden family. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has more.
A former business partner of Hunter Biden, just the latest witness to cooperate with the House investigation into the Biden family business dealings. Devin Archer has reportedly agreed to tell the Oversight Committee what he knows from his time working with Hunter Biden, including serving on the board of the Ukrainian gas company Burisma after being subpoenaed.
And what we want to know from Devin Archer is what exactly did the Bidens do to receive the millions and millions of dollars from Russia and Ukraine?
Those millions now believed to be 20 to 30 million, according to Chairman James Comer, who continues to assert Joe Biden himself was involved, a claim repeated by former President Donald Trump.
It's also no coincidence that these charges against me came down the very same day. Evidence revealed Joe Biden took a $5 million bribe from Ukraine. But the FBI and the Justice Department don't even want to talk about it.
Democrats want the FBI to talk about it as well. Congressman Jamie Raskin, in a letter writing, the FBI explained the investigation into Biden was closed because of insufficient evidence to warrant escalating the probe, asking Director Wray to state that publicly. In recent days, there were claims there may be audio recordings of Joe Biden from a whistleblower to help Republicans make their case. But their recordings, we're now learning, may not actually exist. I'm Christine Frizzau reporting.
At least one person is dead and nearly 24 others hurt after a tornado swept through Mississippi. Now, more than 50 million people across the Southeast face the threat of even more severe weather, including the possibility of tornadoes on top of record-breaking heat there. Hundreds of thousands of customers are without power in the South, meaning they are facing all that heat without air conditioning.
It's like 94 inside, and you couldn't open the windows because it's probably hotter out there.
We're a designated cooling center, which means that anyone in the city can walk into any YMCA and open a guest pass account.
At least one person is dead and many are injured after multiple tornadoes swept through Mississippi. Footage from Moss Point, look at this, shows one of those tornadoes whipping through there, leaving a lot of destruction in its wake and temporarily trapping 8 people inside of a bank. And check this out here. Footage from Jasper County shows the extent of the damage there. My goodness, with knocked over trees, damage to homes and buildings, downed power lines everywhere. More than 49,000 homes are reportedly without power in that area.
And taking a live look across Maryland this morning, it was a hot start to the work week, but we could see some showers move into our area real soon. Good day there on the beach, though. Not bad.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson with how long it's going to stay that way.
Yeah, that is the big question. Rain coming our way. We actually need the rain, but it is going to arrive for the summer solstice tomorrow. We kick that off at 10:57 tomorrow morning. Sunrise at 5:40 tomorrow morning, sunset at 8:36. This gives us a lot of daylight, actually the most of the year. 14 hours, 55 minutes and 30 seconds. Unfortunately, we're not tracking a whole lot of sunshine, so we're not really going to enjoy a whole lot of it because rain's moving in. We're cloudy today, so we are easing into a more unsettled pattern. Low 70s to start. Feels a little sticky out there already, little muggy to begin the day. That's all this moisture coming our way. So we're tracking this area of low pressure. It's technically a cutoff low. That means it's not moving with the jet stream, so it's not going to move anywhere. It's going to sit and spin off to our south and west, shoving all this moisture our direction and sending us showers and storms over the next couple of days. That looks like it's going to be the trend starting tomorrow. We see some of this green spiral our direction, especially by the afternoon and the evening, and then scattered showers and even some storms will continue Thursday, Friday, heading into the weekend too, with rain chances showing up every day. So we do need the rain. Any little bit helps. We're all dealing with moderate drought conditions, and it looks like we get a good soaking from it. About a half an inch to near an inch in some spots, and this is just through late Thursday. That doesn't include Friday and the weekend. I think our highest chances for rain comes Wednesday into Thursday and the lowest temperatures. So we'll spend today in the low 80s, but then the 70s are back both Wednesday and low 70s actually on Thursday. That cool down doesn't last long. Even though rain chances are here to stay, temperatures will be warming back up. I threw the summer solstice on there on Wednesday. Lots of rain chances, actually every single day. Showers and storms through week's end. They do become a little more scattered over the weekend, and temperatures will be warming up. We're in the mid and upper 80s all the way through next Monday. Back to you.
But I will look through her chart and
We are spotlighting a new animal on a special creature featured this morning from the Maryland Zoo. Still ahead, the type of animal it is and some fun facts about its day-to-day life.
And we've been at Annie's Playground all morning in Harford County. Coming up, we'll talk with Annie's dad. on the way on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, nominated for 26 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other local news stations combined.
It is so Baltimore. Annie's Playground in Harford County is back with all new features for all to have fun.
The playground was made in honor of a young girl whose life was cut short. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with more, and they've done a great job there honoring her with that playground.
They definitely have, Patrice. Again, I'm with Tom, Annie's father. And so, Tom, you know, this space is amazing. It's renovated. You can just feel the spirit of love. Talk to us about how you feel about it, and also talk to us about Annie.
Well, this community came together, or tragic loss, basically 20 years ago. We lost our Annie. She was always called Mother Annie. She was always around for all of the siblings and everybody, and she loved everybody and just hugged and just, you know, and she was young and lost her two teeth, and then created the Toothless Annie at the same time.
Wow.
And she was very special, I mean, to say the least, and you can just kind of look around and see what she brought upon the whole community.
Definitely.
That's how much
you know,
she impacted.
You said she's very special. You could, like you say, you can just feel the love and the spirit here. One of the most popular parks in the area, the activities in the area with the young people. I want to say thanks to you. We talked off the air. The family's doing well. And thank you for being a beacon in the community. And thank you for sharing Annie with us.
Absolutely. And thank you.
All right.
You guys are wonderful. And
what a
thank you,
wonderful
Fox News,
place
for
to
doing
be
this
able to
and
come
being
and
part of everything as well. And it's the community is what it's all about, and family.
Definitely.
Share. Bring together family. That's what this is all about.
Thanks, Tom.
And all our angels.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
So, guys,
Pretty
as you
amazing.
heard, you know, Tom's definitely pretty amazing, Patrice.
All right, that's a great place to go.
And
and
so
just,
many.
yeah.
We're going to put information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Just ahead, the grocery store that is closing for good. Why the store owner says crime is one of the reasons he had to close his doors.
A new city budget is being signed into effect today. Just ahead, we're live with a preview and I'll detail where the money is going. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. Coming up on 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's get right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson in our forecast. Amy.
Yeah, feels a little sticky out there this morning. That's the moisture that's starting to push it and take over. We are in the low 70s to start. Temperatures haven't changed a whole lot this morning. We've got the clouds overhead, not a ton of sunshine. Here's a look at where our dew points are at. They could be higher. 70 degrees would be when you really notice that humidity. We're not far from that. They're currently in the low to mid 60s right now. As you send the kids out to summer camp this afternoon, plan on cloudy skies with highs in the upper 70s to near 80. No real rain today, but come tomorrow, rain gear is going to be needed and indoor activities are probably going to be in the works. That's because we are tracking a very unsettled pattern that gets underway for the rest of the week and takes us through the weekend. I've got an updated look at our rain chances in just about 10 minutes. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at your Len Stoller traffic network, we've got some cameras across the Baltimore region here. Traffic looking really nice out right there. Not a lot of volume, no major issues to report. Happening today, Mayor Scott and council members will hold a signing ceremony for the fiscal year 2024 budget.
It comes after the council made major changes to the mayor's proposed budget.
Shannon Lilly has a preview of today's signing at City Hall and the impact that we'll see moving forward. Shannon.
Well, moving forward, we are going to see more money for our fire department as well as city surveillance, among other things. And this all comes after City Council reallocated nearly $12 million from the mayor's proposed budget. This is the first time in a century that the council has put that kind of power to use. And so today, right here at City Hall in this ceremonial signing, this is all getting set in stone. We're going to pull up some information right here ahead of this signing. It's set to start here at City Hall at 5 this evening in the ceremonial room. Mayor Brandon Scott will be joined by Baltimore City Council President Nick Mosby and other council members and city leaders to officially sign the fiscal year 2024 budget into effect. Now, like I mentioned, it comes after weeks of hearings and debates with the council ultimately overhauling several parts of the mayor's $4.4 billion proposal, reallocating $12 million. Now, the majority of that money is being shifted to the fire department, who will receive $5 million to purchase new fire equipment. Another $2 million will be used to improve city surveillance, with $1 million going towards renovating City Watch cameras and another $1 million going to new City Watch cameras. As for cuts, the council slashed $1.7 million from the embattled Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts, that's also known as BOPA. Councilman Eric Costello claims that if the agency makes improvements to their administrative issues in the next 3 months, that money could be reinstated. But again, this budget signing all gets underway at 5 this evening right here at City Hall. Our crews plan to be there, and we will bring you that coverage as it happens. Reporting from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Turning now to a city in crisis this morning. One of the city's most historic districts, again facing crime concerns. A Baltimore police officer was injured in Fells Point over the weekend.
Taylor Stewart live with the latest incident and how residents are reacting. Taylor.
Patrice, Megan, residents are shaken up about fights and shoplifting that's happening in what's considered to be one of the safest neighborhoods in the city. We're getting a better idea of what happened on Thames and Bond Street Saturday around 2 a.m. Take a look at this video. Surveillance video from a nearby store. You can see those officers running with guns drawn. They're heading to another officer's aide who was pushed and injured. Now, when they got there, that's when they found that officer. It's not clear exactly what led up to this, but it's another example of the dangerous and violent instances that continue to impact Fells Point.
They don't seem to be addressing the real problem of crime in Baltimore, and there just needs to be more attention to it and not just talk and not just window dressing.
Wow. Oh, she bottled her. Here's what she was looking at, a fight that happened last weekend in Broadway and Shakespeare. This was last weekend. Officers were able to manage that crowd. No arrest made in this case. And then another brawl here last month where you can see it erupted on, it left a lot of mess and trash, alcohol bottles on the streets. No arrests were made in this case either. But in the case of the injured officer, Baltimore police have made an arrest. But the people live there who say they're a bit surprised. We've talked to owners who say they are tired of the crime. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. And as we officially head into summer tomorrow, Governor Wes Moore is announcing a new summer crime plan. He has since appeared on national TV to promote it.
Now, what we're doing is we're actually putting together policies that are making people safer. What we're doing is actually doing things like making sure we can get and keep these illegal guns out of our neighborhood. We're actually doing things.
The comments come just days after the governor announced his 3 new public safety pillars. They include supporting law enforcement, building stronger communities, and collaboration across all levels of government. While political analysts say it sounds good, they're concerned with the lack of details on how that plan will be implemented.
But whether this works is going to depend a lot on what's not in the headlines, but in the paragraphs that follow.
The proof is in the execution of the plan and ultimately the results that it drives.
While shootings and homicides are down from last year at this time, some community leaders in Baltimore also saying they're frustrated with the governor touting progress on the national stage while there's still so much progress that needs to be made locally.
Bills implementing harsher gun crime penalties were shot down during the last legislative session. A new Gonzales poll found overwhelming support from Marylanders saying that they want them. The most popular bipartisan policy in the poll was getting caught with a stolen firearm should be a felony. 89% agree with that, and currently that's not the case in Maryland. Now, this past legislative session, the only crime legislation that came out of Annapolis raised the misdemeanor sentence for illegal gun possession to 5 years. Lawmakers, meanwhile, passed the Gun Safety Act of 2023. That law goes into effect October 1st, and it restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their guns. The NRA is suing the state over that. We want to hear from you. Compared to this time last year, do you think Baltimore is more or less safe? So far, 99% of those who have voted say less safe. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. We have breaking news this morning. The Justice Department is charging Hunter Biden with federal tax and weapons offenses. He has reportedly agreed to plead guilty to the 2 tax misdemeanors and is expected to enter a probation agreement on the gun charge. This is a developing story, so make sure you stay with Fox 45 for continuing coverage.
Breaking news now here. Russia reportedly launching a widespread air attack overnight, getting word that this air attack really targeted key telecommunication infrastructure that you can see right here, and also agriculture and farming properties across Ukraine. Ukrainian officials say their air defense systems were able to shoot down 28 of the 30 drones that were launched. At this hour, there's no immediate reports of casualties. This all comes as Ukrainian officials warn the, quote, biggest blow in Kyiv's military counteroffensive is yet to come. Just yesterday, Ukraine claiming several small victories with land gains near the front lines. A live look now from Kyiv, where things appear to be quiet here this morning. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as new information continues to come in on this. The 28-year-old son of Ray Lewis has died. The new information we're learning about his death.
We are going to be mostly cloudy with a few showers today. Meteorologist Amy Aronson lets us know when we can expect our next weather maker to roll in. 9:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Making headlines, we are learning more about the cause of death of Ray Lewis III, the 28-year-old son of the Ravens great. Investigators now suspect an overdose. The younger Lewis died Wednesday after officers were called to a Central Florida home and found him unconscious. Lewis had played college football at Miami, like his dad, and then Coastal Carolina and Virginia Union.
The Baltimore Orioles have lost a Hall of Famer. Dick Hall, who spent 9 seasons with the Birds, has died at the age of 92. He earned the name Turkey for his unusual pitching motion and delivery. He was an Orioles relief pitcher and ended his career in Baltimore in 1971. Hall passed away on Sunday.
Temperatures are expected to reach the 80s today. Still ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know just how warm it's going to feel for the kickoff of summer tomorrow. It is 9:41 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Every month in our Creature Feature, we introduce you to a new creature and then we share some fun facts about it.
This morning, instead of that creature coming to us, Tom Rogers went out to it. He's at the Maryland Zoo for our Creature Feature.
Hey, everybody, guess what?
What?
Well, guess what? Normally, the Maryland Zoo comes to us in the studios. But today, very special guest. You're probably wondering who it is. So we came to the zoo to find out exactly what a Von der Decken hornbill. Hornbill. I almost said the other one, and that's not right. So yeah, I'm joined with Sarah and Jenny. And Jenny, tell us, who is Sarah holding?
So this is Clara. Clara, like you said, is a Von der Decken hornbill. She's about 5.5 years old. Or 6 in September. And she was born and raised here at the zoo.
And she's working on some bugs right now that we can see, obviously.
Yep.
She's got, the beak is pretty pronounced. And I know that, and she sounds, can I use the microphone and get a little closer to her?
Yeah, she might peck it, but that's
all right. Hey, how you doing?
She'll just be quiet.
Okay. But you can see, where are they typically from? Where is their native
these
country?
Animals are from Africa. We also have their parents, which are still in our African aviary here at the zoo, too.
All right, so I'm wondering why she has such a long bill just to eat some bugs and some little bits of pieces of fruit and nuts?
Yeah, so she's an omnivore. They can also, kind of dig with those beaks a little bit into the ground and get some insects, but she's going to eat fruit and insects and rodents out in the wild.
I hear she also can do a trick. She also likes to kind of visit new people.
So she likes to fly. So we do a lot of natural behaviors, and obviously she is a bird, so she does fly. So I'm going to stand behind you, and you're going to ask her to fly to you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Does she go by name, or does it? Oh,
Yep.
she just dropped her bug. So okay.
So go ahead and stand just like you're standing
All
and
right.
say Clara.
Clara. Clara, come here. Clara. Oh, nice. Hello, Clara. She does sound like a chicken. I can see why you may get confused with the sounds of these birds if you hear them. But I mean, she's not timid about attacking those bugs. Normally the bugs would be alive.
No, yeah, absolutely. So she can fly through the air and also catch them, which is kind of interesting to see out in the wild.
All right, and not vicious at all. Very nice. Males typically have like a lipstick on their bill.
Yeah, so they're sexually dimorphic, meaning that they look different between male and female. Males have a longer beak that's typically a little bit yellow and orange and a little bit of red, too.
Well, I know that Patrice was going to come out here. She's not too big of a fan of birds. Amy is not a fan of birds, but this bird right here, Clara, is very nice, very cute. Yeah, thank you very much. And a little intimidating when the beak gets a little bit closer to you, but yeah, still. Thank you, Maryland Zoo. We appreciate you guys having us out here, and we'll look forward to doing this again and hanging out with you some more.
Yeah, thanks for coming out.
All right, so Amy, we got to find out if it's going to get a, we're going to have a bird bath here. I was wondering.
At some point, we'll have a bird bath, not just yet. And the bird is cute. I would have gone. All right, but speaking of creatures, more than 100 horses were rescued from poor living conditions in Virginia. Deputies say they found a number of severely malnourished horses, some with visible hip bones and ribs. Officials also say there was just insufficient amounts of food for them there. Dozens of horses now on the road to recovery, though, at a rescue farm in Afton. Other rescue organizations and volunteers have also stepped up to help. No word on if the original owners are facing any charges related to the situation. And a baby red-tailed hawk was spotted in a bald eagle's nest in the Bay Area, being cared for by a pair of eagles. This was last month. A photographer captured the incredible moment that the eagle brought the hawklet into the nest, likely as prey. A Sacramento-based professional wildlife photographer began making weekly trips to the nest, capturing how the bald eagles appear to be feeding and caring for the hawklet. Are they fattening it up then, if it was going to be prey? But they've got their own eaglets in there, so they're nurturing all of them. The eaglet has been named Lola. The hawklet is being named Tuffy 2. The nest location hasn't been disclosed for the safety of the birds.
Well, from land to sea, check out the ride of a lifetime this baby seal got in San Diego. The pup can be seen hopping from board to board, making itself at home above the water with surfers at Pacific Beach this weekend. Pretty cute. The surfers did notify SeaWorld about the encounter here, and a team was sent over to evaluate the pup, make sure everything was okay. The animal appeared healthy and old enough to be taking care of itself, so the crew did not intervene, and he's just out there surfing now. We'd love to see who's with you on your surfboard. You can scan the QR code on your screen. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by StackLock. All right, now we want to get a check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson, and talking about a bird bath, not today, but even if it came, today we need it, so it's good.
We do need it. Yeah, we are awaiting the rain. We could use it. For the year so far, we're actually driest on record, so lowest amount of rainfall for the year so far, with only 10 inches. That's not good. We are down about 9 to 10 degrees from average, so we should be closer to 19, actually almost 20 inches of rain at this point in the year. We're far from that, but we do have an area of low pressure to our south and west. That's going to draw some moisture our direction over the next couple of days, and it's not going to move a whole lot. So we are just watching and waiting as that area of low pressure spins, and that's what's going to direct some much needed rainfall our direction. Not really today. Today is just kind of hazy and cloudy and overcast. Low 70s to begin, with that easterly wind coming in at 14 miles an hour right now, so a little breezy too. Showers will increase in coverage come tomorrow. So today mainly off to our south and west, couple of stray showers. That's really it. Tomorrow turning mostly cloudy, and then here comes the rain pushing in from the south and taking over. Not quite as warm as a result. Highs will only make their way into the mid 70s, and it looks like showers will actually linger through the rest of the week. I don't think any one day is a complete washout, but we are tracking showers and storms most likely Thursday into Friday now. Looks like they will become more scattered as we get into the weekend, but still dealing with showers and storms all the way through early next week, actually. And here's what it means for our temperatures. Still warm today with highs in the low 80s. We back off into the 70s Wednesday and Thursday, so definitely a cool down there. And then Friday into Saturday, temperatures will warm back up into the mid 80s again. So here's a look at all of our rain chances. Also something noteworthy, summer solstice tomorrow morning. We kick that off right before 11. Temperatures will be in the mid 70s at that point. Plus, we won't really be able to enjoy it with the showers rushing in. Rain is likely Thursday into Friday. Temperatures will be warming back up by the end of the week. Showers and storms likely through week's end. They do become a little more scattered over the weekend, but still likely with highs in the mid to upper 80s each day. Actually, all the way through next Monday, we are tracking more rain with highs in the mid 80s. And in just a couple of minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long the rain sticks around in our full 10-day forecast. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. Remember, you can track severe storms even when we are not on the air by downloading the free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started. Well, happening now, we want to take you live to Wilson Park Community Church on York Road, where a public safety community meeting is taking place.
Pastor Stevie Thompson, local businesses, along with members of the Northeast Baltimore community, they're holding this meeting to address the needs, the concerns, and the safety of that community.
It is all happening just up the street from the crime scene from Friday's mass shooting. Well, topping your entertainment news now this morning, the search for British actor Julian Sands resumed over the weekend. Sands was first reported missing in January after going hiking in the San Gabriel Mountains just northeast of L.A. More than 80 search and rescue volunteers, deputies, and staff took part in that search in remote areas all across Mount Baldy on Saturday. The San Bernardino Sheriff's Department has conducted 8 ground and air searches, with volunteers clocking in more than 500 hours of search time. Sands is best known for his work in shows like 24 and the movies A Room with a View and Arachnophobia. Plus, singer Bebe Rexha is recovering after being hit in the head with a cell phone while performing in New York on Sunday. Look at that bruise there. According to her Instagram, Rexha says she is, quote, good after suffering a black eye. The incident happened while she was on stage at the South Street Seaport. Police tell USA Today a 27-year-old man from New Jersey was arrested and charged with assault. The singer-songwriter has a handful of concert dates coming up in Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Houston, and Orlando. It's unclear how this injury could affect that tour.
We are going to have a few showers today. Just ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson breaks down what we can expect for the rest of the work week. That's all coming up in her 10-day forecast. 9:53 is
55 on this Tuesday morning. Little cloudy, little hazy out there right now, but today is going to be a dry day still, just a stray shower. So take advantage, run your errands today, and then lots and lots of rain chances. We do need the rain, but this is a lot, right? Be careful what you wish for. We kick off summer tomorrow morning, kind of exciting, but then we've got rain likely all the way through the weekend. Scattered showers and storms Saturday and Sunday. I don't think it's a washout of a weekend, but it looks like showers and storms will actually linger at least a couple a day all the way through early next week. Temperatures are pretty consistent. Lots of mid-80s there. It's summer.
I wonder if the rain's going to bring back our crunchy grass. If it will be enough to restore it, because I don't even know at this point.
We need all that rain in order to change this.
Right.
It's brown out there.
Yeah, we need it. We'll see.
We'll see you.